The Drifter, Book 10 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Part 4, Lynch Mob. 20. Marley stood over Ragland and David with her arms folded. He rolled off his attacker, who moaned and clutched his side. "What's your problem?" It was then he noticed the blood seeping through the pale fingers. Somehow, in the struggle, David had been stuck by his own knife. The wounded man's eyes bulged when his hand came away covered in blood. "You stabbed me, you bastard!" Marley swore under her breath, and Ragland's head spun. "Marley," interrupted Charlie. "Not yet, Charlie," Marley snapped, kneeling down beside David. "We need to get him to Claire. Can you lift him, Ragland?" Ragland looked around to find David's sidekick, Blackbeard, had disappeared. "Why not?" he said, feeling slightly peeved at the accusatory look in her eyes. He bent over and helped the wounded man to his feet and put an arm under his shoulders. David screamed and almost ruptured Ragland's eardrums. "Got him," he said, looking at Marley. "This wasn't my fault, you know." "Less talk. We need to go. Charlie, run ahead and prep Claire. This is a nasty one." Despite everything, Ragland would help the bleeding man to Claire so he could be stitched up. But he wasn't doing it for David. That much was certain. He and Marley set off into town, in the direction of Claire's office. The walk, while hampered by David's moaning and squirming, took less time than expected. Within 8 minutes they were at the front door, held ajar by a crimson-faced Claire. Her eyes ran through Ragland like hot daggers, her jaw working overtime. Stepping delicately through the narrow doorway, he carried David through the reception, down the hall, and into Claire's treatment room. There, he helped him onto a bed that was already prepared for him. Claire appeared behind him, reaching for her stethoscope and pressing the circular end against David's chest after she and Marley had removed his shirt. There, for all to see, his stab wound oozed blood. She went to the sink and washed her hands in silence, the room filled only with David's groans, before grabbing a cloth and cleaning his wound with alcohol and covering it in gauze to stop the bleeding. "Marley," Claire called, turning to the doorway where the mayor had retreated. "Could you grab me the liquor from the right cupboard, bottom shelf?" "Sure," Marley said, her face as pale as David's. She retrieved a large bottle of overproof rum, still labeled, and handed it over. "That's some of your good stuff there, Claire." "I know, but it's the best stuff to ease the pain quickly." Ragland watched Claire looking for a cup for David to drink from. Already feeling in the way, his thoughts were interrupted by Claire's withering gaze. "You can go. You're no use here." Ragland nodded. "What did Charlie tell you?" "That you're fucking bad news." A pause, still watching the gauze to check for blood. "No. He said it was an accident, but I don't want an excuse. As far as I'm concerned, you're bad news. Please leave. I need to work here." Marley nodded at Ragland, reaching out for his arm. "Come on." As he went through the door, he paused. "Claire, where did Charlie go?" "He went back to the gate," she said. "There's something going on." "Thank you." Back outside in the street with Marley, Ragland noticed how soaked through his shirt was from David's blood. There was no time to change. "I need to get to the gate, Marley." A heavy sigh escaped her lips. "Go. See what the fuss is about. Rahul will help you deal with it. We'll deal with this later," she said, then turned and headed back to Claire's door. "Marley?" The mayor stopped and turned to look at him. "What?" He found he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but see the disappointment in her face, The woman compelled to protect her town had encouraged and given refuge to a stranger, and since then chaos and danger had followed his every move. "Sorry," he mumbled, then ran off towards the gate. Walking rapidly, arms pumping, Raglan navigated the side streets to the main avenue. There, in the distance, at the main gate, a small crowd had gathered at the perimeter fence. From his left, Simon appeared, walking just as fast and with a towel over his left shoulder. He nodded to Raglan and regarded his bloody clothes when he got close. "Should I ask?" "Best not," Raglan said. "Right." When they arrived, his bloodied clothes a frightening sight for those gathered. A few familiar faces turned to them and called over. One such person, Rahul, charged through the crowd after spotting Raglan's shirt. "The fuck is this, outsider? You bring the cannibals down on us?" he barked, causing a few townsfolk to gasp and murmur. Simon stepped between them. "Steady, Rahul. He's here to help." "My ass. I'll help him right now." Rahul brandished a hammer he'd no doubt carried from his smithy. Raglan couldn't shake the image of a crazy Thor. As sullen and petty as his first impression of Rahul had been, he couldn't deny that he was a menacing figure. "Where are they?" he said to Rahul. "Marley sent me." After glaring at the drifter for a moment longer, the swarthy Rahul nodded over his shoulder to a shelter with a water trough and a few benches. The crowd separated and allowed Raglan through, Simon at his back. Alex, Sang, and Travis were sitting in the shade, still catching their breath and drinking water. Alex stood and stumbled over to Raglan. He looked exhausted. "There is a pack hunting us. At least 20. How did they spot you?" "We were spying at night. We were careful but missed one of their peripheral guards. Sang wounded him, but he raised the alarm. We made it out of the area okay, but they sent some after us." Raglan swore under his breath. "You should have led them away, kid." Alex lowered his head, and Raglan had to remind himself he was barely into his 20s. "Don't worry about it now. How far behind are they?" "Probably a half hour if we're lucky." "A pack of 20, you say?" Alex nodded. "Shouldn't be too much bother," said Raglan, turning to look for Rahul. "There's something else." The drifter turned back to him. "When we found the main camp, I was able to sneak in when it was dark and get real close to the leader's campfire. It was him and a group of the other Norms. I think they might have been like a council or something." "How many?" Raglan interrupted. "In the council, I think. In the camp. I didn't count them. Take a guess." "At least 500. Mostly Zoms." Raglan's jaw tightened. "But that's not what I need to tell you. They were talking about hunting down a tall man and the pretty meat bag he took from them." "Kit, and you led them right to us?" he wanted to ask. "How could they know?" he asked instead. Alex shrugged. "Maybe there was one you didn't see when you saved Kit?" Raglan didn't think it likely, but there was no other logical explanation. He turned to Simon, who had been watching the interaction with a worried frown. "Can you tell Rahul, we need people on the wall with bows and guns, ASAP, and someone needs to get word to Marley that we're going to have visitors." "What do you want me to do?" asked Alex. 21. Barely were the words out of his mouth when the siren split the air for the second time that day. They looked at each other, and then moved out from under the cover. Raglan looked up just as Charlie poked his head over the rail. "Strangers, and they don't look friendly. I count 21. "I'm going up," he told Alex. The blacksmith appeared. "Rahul, do you have more bows?" And people who can shoot them? We don't need more, said Rahul, pushing him away from the ladder. I can shoot, so can Alex, Sang, and Charlie, and Rufus too. We have a stash of bows and arrows on the wall. Come on, you two. Raglan waved the hesitant Alex and Sang after the surly blacksmith. After you. By the time he was to the top of the wall, all three men, along with Charlie and his fellow sentry, Rufus, had bows drawn and aimed over the wall. Raglan heard harsh laughter and taunting from the pack outside. As he approached the rail, Rahul jabbed a finger at him. I'm watching you. If you give a signal or say something to your buddies out there, I'll cave your face in. I don't doubt it, Rahul. 20 yards from the gate, the cannibals were assembled in a group, a rancid gathering of dirty flesh and blackened teeth. They were armed with a variety of spears and clubs. One man stood out from the rest. He was taller and more upright than the zombs around him, and on his forehead had the livid pink scar tissue of a carved pentagram. But what really set him apart were his eyes. They found Raglan and zeroed in on him with a focus and intelligence that the others did not possess. He smiled, revealing a line of teeth sharpened so they resembled those of a shark. Raglan drew himself to his full height and gestured to the archers either side of him. Wrong town, friend. Best turn back. The cannibal leader's laugh sounded like gurgled spit. It proved infectious, and the rest of his pack joined in. No, he said. I don't think we'll leave just yet. You have something that belongs to us. Where is the pretty piece of meat you stole? Alex growled, and before anyone could prevent him, he loosed an arrow that embedded itself in the eye of the cannibal shuffling from foot to foot beside the leader. The pale creature spasmed briefly, then fell back dead. The leader didn't flinch, or in fact, even look at his fallen comrade. His smile widened. Was that meant for me? He scoffed. You need some practice, boy. As the cannibals laughed, a furious Alex fumbled for another arrow, but Rahul, apparently satisfied at Raglan's handling of the situation so far, lowered his bow and put a restraining hand on the boy's wrist. Somewhat unnerved at the unafraid complacency of the leader, Raglan hid his disquiet by joining in the laughter. No, it wasn't meant for you. First was a warning. Second will be final word, he said. To reiterate his message, Rufus, Charlie, and Sang all turned their aim on the leader, pulling their strings taut. The cannibal's smile faltered momentarily before he nodded. Okay. Well, we'll be back, mister. But your chance to hand over the pretty meat bag is gone, he said, sneering. He made a loud clicking noise with his tongue, and in unison, his mates turned and scampered off towards the woods, shrieking, Meat! He gave one last smirk at Raglan and turned to follow. When they had all vanished into the undergrowth, Raglan let the bowstring slack and placed it against the rampart. What now? Charlie asked, as they lowered their bows. The old man looked back into Bakerstown. This town needs to prepare for a fight. A big one. A war? Yes, Raglan nodded, looking Alex dead in the face. And I don't think it's ready. You know nothing about our town, growled Rahul. Besides, I think they are full of shit. Marley will decide what's best for this town, not you. Who says there was any cannibals there? Shouted one of the gathered Bakerstown citizens. "Hoax!" screamed another. "I don't trust him. He tried to kill David." A voice of reason challenged them. "I heard him. Only a matter of time before those cannibal fuckers come back. You heard what they did to Kit." Rahul had disappeared when they'd reached the bottom of the ladder, and now Ragland and Alex fought their way through the crowd. They were accosted by the heavy hands of agitated residents. "What did they look like?" A woman no older than 20 asked Ragland, her face plastered with sweat despite the cold. "Like killers," was all he could say. He raised his arms and fought through the tide to the edge, where the shouted questions chased him up the main avenue. Behind him, he could hear the booming voices of Alex and Simon, both big enough to hold a few or so back and to encourage them to go back to what they were doing. Grateful again, he made a beeline back to Claire's. There was only one item on his agenda: speaking to Marley. They had to begin arming the town now, yesterday, and they would need to bolster their wall defenses too. Ragland shuddered at the thought of what would happen if they came back in force and breached those gates. He closed his eyes as he walked, pressing his thumb and middle finger into them, a habit he developed whenever he was stressed many years ago. When he blinked back the light, the figure of a girl with long black hair and a splotch of a face as pale as snow rushed towards him. It was Kit, of course. "Oh, my God," Kit gasped, her hands going to her mouth, her eyes drawn to his bloodied clothes. "She was right. Oh, my God." "No time, Kit. Where's Marley?" She's back at the doctor's office, with Claire, trying to fix up David. You fucked him up bad. Rahul is there, too, but he wouldn't speak in front of me." "Right," he said, breaking into a march. "Hey, wait, you better be careful. They're really pissed with you." Kit followed Ragland back through town to Claire's office, only to learn Marley wasn't there. Claire had shut the door to the treatment room when they arrived, making sure he didn't butt heads with her patient, David. She folded her arms. "You need to leave," Claire ordered. "Now." Ragland held up his hands. "Listen, I know I haven't made the best first impression here." "First impression," she scoffed. "What about a second or a third?" "Claire, don't Claire me." She jabbed a finger at him. "I've got a guy in there with a hole in his guts. Just the other night I was sewing your ear back on. We haven't had incidents like this in over a year. Now, all this in just a week?" Kit stepped up. "Claire, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. We have to listen." "I get it," the medic said, with her arms still crossed. "But it doesn't undo what he's done here." Ragland shook his head. He didn't have time now to mend this particular bridge. "Forget it." Without another word, he left the office, throwing open the door with a little too much force, and disappeared down the street. Ragland, now on autopilot, wandered around Bakerstown thinking over his next moves as he sought out Marley. He couldn't understand why she wasn't actively looking for him. Surely the others had told her about the threat from the cannibals. He had to convince her it was serious. They needed an urgent meeting to arm and prepare the town. Scuffing his boots along a sidewalk some hours later, his eyes cast over the painted facades of old stores and the stencil-covered windows of offices and old cafes, now converted or unused, and a feeling of hopelessness came over him. Something in the mood of the town had changed. He saw it on the faces of passers-by. Some looked wary and worried. Others looked fine, happy even, as if they hadn't heard about the events of the morning, or that they didn't matter. It staggered Ragland how something so obviously real could be cast aside by some as a hoax, or as something trivial. These people had perhaps had it too easy for too long. Eavesdropping on idle chatter in the streets, he caught snippets of these notions. Squabbles about what happened outside the gates, and whether it was exaggerated by the newcomer and the others. Fewer, suggesting that perhaps Marley was underestimating the threat, or had gone soft in the head. Marley wasn't in her home, and no one he asked had any idea where she was. Raglan decided to head to Simon's. For the first time in an age, he felt like he needed a drink of something stronger than water. Simon slid a cup towards Raglan and filled it up with a dark liquor from the cupboard behind him. Raglan held it up to his nose and took a quick sniff. "It won't kill you," Simon laughed, "but it packs a punch." Raglan raised the cup. "Your health." He swallowed it in one gulp, feeling it run down his esophagus like liquid fire and settle in his stomach, leaving his eyes watering. "Wow," he rasped. "Told you, eh?" said Simon, throwing a dishcloth over his shoulder. He rolled up his sleeves and leaned over the bar, his eyes darting back once or twice to check no one was listening. "You're not mad." Raglan raised an eyebrow and met his gaze. "Never said I was." "But you're feeling it, eh?" "Maybe," he replied, and looked over his shoulder. A couple walked by the window, giving him a furtive glance, and quickened their pace. "Word got around that quick, huh? About you stabbing David?" "Oh, yes, sir." "And you still poured me a drink." Simon smirked. "Well, I never took to the guy myself, and I figure there's more to it. Can't see why a man would save a kid, work the fields, only to shank some asshole one fine morning. Unless, of course, you know him from before?" Raglan shook his head. "Never met him until I came here." "That settles it, then." Simon took out the liquor bottle and poured both Raglan and himself a short measure before twisting shut the bottle cap. "Thanks," Raglan said, and swirled the dark contents pensively. "What about the cannibals? According to some, I'm still in contention for the crazy bastard or biggest liar of the year award." Simon didn't respond right away. He eyed his own drink for a minute. Raglan could practically hear the cogs whirring in his head. "Had the same thoughts myself before they showed up this morning." "Right. I guess the town needs a wake-up call. Not everyone has it as good as us, right?" Raglan nodded. That much was true. He'd certainly navigated his fair share of ramshackle dwellings and wild settlements on his adventures, places that almost endorsed human suffering. Bakerstown was definitely the gold standard of the settlements he'd come across in the afterdays. His eyes bored back down into his whiskey. Now, with what felt like the town turning against him, he wondered if he'd ever bother with human beings again when he moved on. After all, what had his efforts gained him here, except suspicion and an attempt on his life? "Hey, sir, you all right there?" Simon waved a hand in front of Raglan's face. "What? Oh, yeah. Lost in my own head." "So," he said, licking his lips, "what are we toasting to?" Simon raised his cup and clinked it with Raglan's. "To not being crazy bastards." "To not being crazy bastards," he chimed in, and swigged the liquor back in one go. Not giving it time to settle, Raglan rose from his stool and threw on his jacket. "Do you have any idea where I might find the mayor? I think she's avoiding me." "Try the school," Simon said. "She's there most days at this time." "Thanks. And thanks for the drink. Seems like less and less people here like me every hour that goes by. I appreciate the ones who do." Simon nodded and held out his hand. They shook, and Raglan headed for the door. "Good luck with Marley. You're going to need it if she's decided to go against your advice. The woman can be as stubborn as a mule." "Great," Raglan said, and shut the door on his way out, the winter wind biting at his exposed skin. Just great. 22. Raglan knocked on the main door to the schoolhouse, but there was no answer. He could hear the buzz of the children in a room about 30 feet down the hallway, so he followed the noise. He stopped outside the open door and peered in. The pretty Asian woman he'd seen from across the lawn on his first day in Bakerstown was in front of a small class of the local kids, her hand animatedly pointing at the multiplication tables on the blackboard behind her. A sign over the door read, Ms. Erica. Remembering Marley had mentioned they let class out at 2 o'clock, he waited patiently for the class to be dismissed. He only had to wait 20 minutes or so until a chorus of wooden chair legs scraped across the floor and a stampede of hurried feet headed for the door. Raglan stepped to the left as they poured into the hallway. The kids, oblivious to his presence, charged down the hall and into the sunny afternoon. Once he'd sensed the way was clear, he knocked and took a few steps into the classroom. Erica eyed him as she tidied a stack of papers on her desk. Yes? Raglan was taken by her green eyes. She stopped what she was doing when he didn't answer right away. Can I help you? Sorry. Name's Raglan. I figured, she said, turning to the board and beginning to erase the numbers. What can I do for you? A little old for basic math, aren't you? Raglan smirked. I guess I am. I'm looking for Marley. Simon told me she'd be here. Might be, she replied, then put down the board eraser and started moving around the classroom, tidying the desks of the children. It's urgent I speak to her, Raglan pressed when nothing more was forthcoming. Sensing she could be an asset in influencing a response to the cannibal threat, he took another couple of steps. This town is in trouble. Is that so? Yes. Perhaps you could teach creative writing next week? She grinned at him, her smile pulled extra wide to hammer home the condescension, in case it was missed. Raglan sighed. Clearly, he had misjudged her. Please, just tell me where she is. No. Someone cleared their throat at the door, and in stepped a portly man Raglan recognized immediately. It was Clint, the other teacher. Clint, said Erica. Perfect timing. Could you show this bearded troublemaker the front door? Raglan recoiled from the insult, puzzled by her passive-aggressive demeanor. Why were these people so defensive? Clint looked Raglan up and down, then waited for him to speak. I'm just looking for Marley, Raglan asked, making it known how frustrated he was. His patience now hung by a thread. It's urgent. Right, Clint replied. What for? Come on, Clint, Erica interrupted, slamming a book down. Can't you see he's trying to cause trouble? Just get him out of here. Clint shrugged and motioned to the door. Best you be going, he said, almost apologetically. Come on. Raglan didn't move. He'd finally had enough. Do you two give a shit about those kids? Don't you dare, Erica snapped, stepping into his personal space. We keep these kids safe from the likes of you. Not for very fucking long, Raglan said. If I don't get Marley to convince you sorry bastards to prepare for an attack, you'll all be dead before Christmas. What? Clint said. Raglan glanced at him. The teacher's head was tilted to the side like a curious dog. Erica rolled her eyes. The cannibal thing? She smirked. They don't have the numbers or the wherewithal to attack us. We're well armed and well protected, and guess what? We've managed for nearly 10 whole years before you came along. Show him out, Clint, please. Raglan shook his head and leaned over Erica. You've all lost it, he growled. A large hand grabbed Raglan by the arm and pulled him back.
"Come on," Clint said. "We don't want any more trouble."
"More," said Raglan, shaking him off easily. "What does that mean?"
"Forget it,"
the teacher said, his voice quavering. Raglan sensed his fear and knew that trouble meant the incident with David. His reputation had really soured in the space of a few hours and through no real fault of his own. The people of Bakerstown feared him now. The notion hit him like a freight train. Perhaps that was it. He'd given them a focus, a bad guy. Of course they wouldn't care about the half-believed threat of the cannibals while a perceived threat was amongst them. It was the drifter they'd welcomed through their gate, who had stabbed one of their own, and who'd now become their villain. Raglan's shoulders slumped, and he allowed Clint to lead him out of the classroom. Halfway down the hallway, their footsteps echoing, Marley's voice called from the other end.
"Clint?"
The big teacher stopped, turned Raglan around with him, and called back.
"There you are,"
Clint said. He gripped Raglan's arm more tightly, a warning not to try anything.
"What's going on here?"
Marley asked, with her hands planted firmly on her hips as she approached the two men.
"Says he was looking for you. Were you expecting him?"
Marley's eyes moved between them both, then settled on Raglan.
"No. But since when does anyone need an appointment to speak to me? And why are you holding him like a naughty child? Let him go, Clint, for God's sake."
He dropped Raglan's arm instantly.
"Sorry, Mayor. He's just been pestering Erica about seeing you."
Erica appeared in the classroom doorway, behind Marley.
"I can speak for myself, Clint," she said, arms folded.
Marley turned and stepped back to include the teacher in the conversation. She seemed keen to address what had happened.
"Well," Marley asked, "what is the problem? And no bullshit, please." "He's stirring up nonsense about the cannibals," Erica said. "Came barging in while I was teaching. Rude, undignified, and uncalled for, Mayor. I really must protest."
Raglan ground his jaw at the exaggeration. "Barging in? What the hell is your problem, lady?"
"This ends here, Erica," Marley said. "Now. I'll decide who I want to speak to, not you. Next time someone asks, you pull your head in and call me, okay? I don't need a receptionist." "Of course, I didn't mean to," Erica stuttered. "I know you didn't, which is why I'm reminding you."
She took Raglan's elbow.
"Let's go for a walk."
Marley led him outside into the crisp, bright afternoon.
"Don't let Erica get to you. She has a little thing for David. Unreciprocated, thankfully for her. But that probably tainted her perception of you a little."
They crossed the road to a store opposite the school. Behind the frosted glass, fresh flowers were bunched in neatly colored vases. Outside, in a few wooden baskets and crates, other selections rested in beds of compost and soil. With delicate movements, a young woman with curly brown hairs snipped at a few branches and watered the base of others. Marley, with Raglan just behind, stepped onto the sidewalk and bent down to inspect the seasonal flowers.
"Casey, you and Fred possess a magic I have yet to find a name for," she marveled.
Raglan had to admit, the array of vibrant colored flowers did impress. Casey, the woman in the apron Marley had addressed, put down her trowel and responded in an accent so southern it caught Raglan off guard.
"That's just what we call God's honest work, Mayor," she laughed and hugged Marley. "How are you? What brings you by today? You didn't kill the violets I gave you, did you?" "Of course not. They're very much alive and well on my dining room table." and still gorgeous. I've come to show my friend here your boutique. Casey looked over at Ragland, then craned her neck up to meet his eyes. My gosh, you sure are a tall one, ain't you? She held out a dirty hand, all smiles and bright eyes. Nice to meet you. Name's Joshua Ragland. Casey Jones, she replied in her southern drawl. Originally from Mississippi, if you can't tell by my sultry tones. Freddie's in the back there, sorting out the compost. Ragland nodded, noting she hadn't flinched when he'd said his name. Mind if we go in and say hello? Marley asked. Go ahead, Casey beamed. It's always mighty nice to see y'all. So they did. Giving her another nod, Ragland followed Marley into the store, the walls stacked high with plant pots and flowers just like the ones outside, a rainbow of color. Wow, Ragland breathed as he inhaled the fragrances. I didn't expect this. Oh, we do just fine in old Bakerstown, a deep voice boomed from somewhere at the back of the shop. Ragland craned his head and spotted a young man with a receding hairline who was probably no older than 20. He was bent over a plant by the counter. He stood up to greet them, his jeans muddied worse than Casey's. Fred held out a hand. Nice to meet you, he said to Ragland. My, you must be the oldest man I've ever seen. No offense. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Marley shook her head. Really, Fred? I'm just asking. It's fine, Ragland replied, used to being a curiosity to most survivors. I'm 34. I get it a lot. I was one of the oldest when the virus hit and killed most of the adults off. Fred chortled. Bet you've been asked that a few times since the fall, right? Right, Ragland confirmed. Give or take 1,000. Fred laughed again and rubbed the top of his bald head. That old and you still have more hair than me. They all laughed. Anyway, Marley pressed, it was nice seeing you. Give my love to the kids, and I'll see you tonight. Right you are, Mayor. Fred nodded. Back outside in the street, Marley took Ragland by a few more spots, reminiscent of his first tour of Bakerstown just over a week ago. He waited for her to raise the issue of the cannibals, but finally realized it wasn't going to get discussed if he didn't raise it. By the time they were done, and the sun had sunk into a thick smudge of clouds over the hills to the west, Ragland pulled Marley aside opposite a row of houses at the edge of town. I don't suppose there was a meaning behind all of that. Actually, she said, there was. Marley, the threat out there is real, and you can't be complacent. I know you love this town, which is why I know you'll protect it. If Bakerstown wants to see another spring, it needs to prepare itself now. The mayor's shoulders sagged, making her seem many years older than what she actually was, a girl in her mid-20s. She climbed up onto a nearby fence, sitting on the top and resting her feet on the bottom rail. We can't, is my point. What? He asked, as he zipped up his jacket. You saw them. My people, Bakerstown. Most of them are just good, honest people. We all are. Many of them didn't fight to keep this place. Only a handful of us did, and only we have blood on our hands. Marley looked down and rubbed a thumb across her left palm. Even in the faint torchlight, he could see the scar. We want to keep it that way. Many of them have never fought, never taken a life. We can't afford the chaos that hysteria and war panic might bring, especially when many know they can't defend themselves. But they can, Ragland shouted. If they can hold a bow, a club, or a gun, If you still have them, they can fight." "No," she said, tears in her eyes. "They can't. And I won't have them either." Raglan couldn't register the words. It took him a minute to process. "But you'll be slaughtered." "By the words of a few and from a threat unconfirmed," she said, and climbed down from the fence. "Let me worry about this town, Joshua. I am its mayor. And I'll find a way so that we won't need to fight."
23. Early winter snow drifted and fluttered down from a steel-gray sky. Raglan, perched against a row of hitching posts, spent the morning after his disappointing conversation with Marley thinking about his next move. Just how could he convince the town to prepare for a fight when the mayor thought there was another way? He had half a mind to call it quits and leave, but he knew he wouldn't. His fingers found the onyx stone on the leather thong around his neck. He surveyed the faces of those walking by, wrapped up to keep warm, their eyes cast to the heavens in wonder at the falling snow. No, he couldn't leave, because he'd regret it for the rest of his life. He needed to speak to Alex. Making sure his makeshift poncho was tightened under his chin, he began walking to the gate. Raglan spied the man he was looking for astride a chestnut horse, loping slowly toward him 5 minutes later. It was a beautiful specimen. "Morning," Raglan called up to him on his saddle and nodded. Alex smiled. "Morning, old man," he said, with a glint in his eyes. Snow day happiness? "Hey, want to give me a hand?" "Sure thing." Raglan took the reins from Alex, which left him hands-free to climb off the saddle and unload the saddlebags. The sleeve of his winter coat rode up, and for the first time Raglan noticed a long scar on his wrist, the rest of it hidden under his shirt sleeve. He didn't want to ask about it just yet, so he steered the horse over to the hitching post and tied it neatly. The horse whickered and bobbed its head. Raglan smiled warmly, reached up with a hand and rubbed its face a few times. "Gorgeous. Does he have a name?" Alex heaved the saddlebags over his shoulders. "She sure does. Barbara." Raglan raised his eyebrow, and then bent over to look under the horse's belly. "I see. Sorry, I guess I thought someone was feeling the cold." Alex chuckled. "So, Barbara, how did you come up with that?" "Found a stash of comics in the library. Batman comics. Jenny let me have first dibs. Kit's a fan, too. It's kind of how we hit it off. Sorry, I'm rambling." "Jenny?" Raglan asked. "The chronologist keeps inventory of all the—" Raglan nodded, patting Barbara's neck. "I remember now. And why Barbara?" Alex smirked. "Batwoman's alter ego, Barbara Gordon. Couldn't resist." "Sure. So, what you got there?" "Oh," he said as he adjusted the weight of the saddlebags again. "Just some food supplies. I'm just dropping them off, and then we'll take Barbara here to the stables. Looks like it'll be snowing on and off now for a while." Raglan looked back up at the sky. "You think?" "Oh, yeah," Alex replied. "We get a lot of snow here quite early. Have done for the last few years." "Does that get difficult? For hunting, I mean." "Not really. David and Sang are the best hunters and never have a problem. But you have downed one, so who knows?" "About that," Raglan started, but Alex held up a hand. "Listen, it's okay. I know what David's like. If he ended up with a knife in the belly courtesy of you, then there must have been a good reason for it."
Raglan relaxed. Since he first met him at the hunting lodge, Alex had been warm and approachable. He hoped it would help him now, when he told him of the idea that had taken root in his mind.
Listen, I wanted to speak with you. Alex frowned. What about? The cannibals. I spoke to Marley, and she's not seeing sense. She doesn't even want to talk about defense. I know. Then what's being done about it? Surely enough of you saw what I saw to make it clear you need to do something. Alex slid the saddlebags down on the floor and stood closer to Raglan, to avoid being eavesdropped on by the scattering of townsfolk nearby. I've been making traps with Sang. We both know what's out there, and we know we can't convince Marley to fight. It's not enough, Raglan said without emotion. I know. Who else will listen? We need to move fast. Less than half, Alex replied, and looked left and right. Rahul is always suspicious. Simon has a good head on his shoulders, and you've met Clint. Raglan rolled his eyes. I have. Not sure about him. A bit too easily bossed around. But what can we do? Rally. We need to get the word out. Find others who want to fight, who want to bear arms. Most people don't know how, he said. Most came here once the fighting was over. David and his boys can fight, but for obvious reasons I don't think they'll listen to you. No, said Raglan, hoping that the injury to David would keep him on his back while they worked this out. Raglan kicked a stone down onto the road, disturbing Barbara. He patted her neck again and brushed off the dusting of snow on her mane. Listen, he said. Get these supplies off. I'll take Barbara down to the stables and ask around. We need to do something. Where's Kit? Okay, but be careful. I've heard lots of talk about what happened between you and David, and a lot of it isn't friendly to you. And Kit, she'll be at the farm, I guess. She likes the cold, so she'll be out in it. Crazy, I know. Okay. Raglan nodded, untying Barbara from the hitching post and turning her around. He had no intention of riding her. Adding suspected horse thievery to the growing list of grievances against him would not help matters. All right, then, he finished, nodding to Alex. Round up who you can. Tell them we meet tonight at sunset, right here. Got it? Got it. And the two men left, feeling energized by their mission, no matter how futile it seemed. Raglan soon found the stables on the east side of Bakerstown. He couldn't help but be impressed by the recent construction. It was big, a good 50 feet wide and 40 feet high, and didn't have the rickety look that so many of the town's contemporary additions did. At the front were a large set of doors, big enough to squeeze a Mack truck through, and on either side of it, sheltered storage for hay. Beside one of these storage holds, using the wooden awning to hunker away from the snow, Raglan spied a young kid chewing on a piece of bread, leaning on a shovel. At the sound of Barbara's hooves, the kid turned his head. He was a grubby-looking one, with dirty blonde hair hanging in his eyes. He wore a pair of red overalls and thick winter boots. "How's my girl?" the kid cooed as he waltzed up, taking the reins from Raglan without a word. "She's all right," Raglan decided to reply. "Just handing her over for Alex." "Got you doing the errands?" "Just a quick favor." The kid nodded, unfazed, and patted Barbara on the nose, which she seemed to enjoy. Not wanting to appear rude, Raglan held out his hand. "Raglan, new around here." The kid took it and blinked a few times. "You that guy that tried to kill David?" "Look, kid, if I had tried to kill him, he'd be damn well—" Raglan heard the strident tone in his voice, and his voice trailed off. He took a deep breath.
No, I didn't try to kill him. He's fine. Hopefully he's learned a valuable lesson. Okay, the kid replied with a shrug. My name's Jerry Walker. Good with the horses. I can tell. And Raglan meant it. Jerry looked 15 at most. He was short, dirty, and disheveled, but looked extremely at ease with Barbara. Let's get her in and fed, Jerry announced, and Raglan followed them in. Inside the barn, a series of partitioned stalls ran down either side, filled with hay and horses, including a chestnut with a distinctive white mark on its forehead. He recognized it as David's mount. Gorgeous, ain't she? Jerry said to Raglan after he tugged his gaze from the horse. She is, he replied. A beauty. Want to take a horse out? Jerry asked. Raglan felt weird about the kid's sudden sense of trust. Perhaps he was paranoid, but something about it didn't seem right. No. Then what can I do for you? No offense, but if you ain't here for horses, then I need an idea. Sorry. Raglan decided to throw caution to the wind. He had little time, and they'd need every able person ready for when the time came. Ever seen cannibals outside the walls? Nope. Jerry paused. He'd been busy tending to Barbara, who now stood behind a closed gate, nudging at Jerry's hand to feed her. Heard about them ones at the gates. Is that true? It is. Why, has someone said otherwise? The kid shrugged as if to suggest the answer to that was obvious. Half the folks think it was all some prank from Alex. Some say it's a hoax. Who does? I ain't telling, said Jerry, turning back to tend to Barbara. Frustrated, Raglan grabbed his shoulder and swung him back around. Listen, Jerry, this isn't a hoax. The threat out there is real, and no one here is ready to fight. Would you fight if you had to? Jerry looked at him with wide, fearful eyes. What do you mean? I mean, if a horde of cannibals came through those gates, would you be ready to fight them? You let go of my brother! A whip crack of a voice sounded from behind him. Raglan let him go, and when he turned, found himself confronted by a feisty young woman of about 20, and behind her a burly man of about the same age with a well-used baseball bat cradled in his left hand. An older, whippet-thin but tall man of around 24 appeared alongside them with a machete. I think it's time you left, she said. Raglan eyed off the men who had stepped around her. From their determined faces, he could see they were ready to do what they had to. The girl looked just as determined, and he noticed she also carried a weapon, a knife with a long, thin blade. The corners of his lips curled up. Maybe there are some ready to fight after all. He nodded and turned back to Jerry. Whether we want to or not, kid, we get called to fight for those we love, just like your big sis is doing now. See you around. He left the barn, giving the group a wide berth. No hard feelings, he said to Jerry's sister. We were just talking. You should ask him about it. She didn't respond, and he felt her steely gaze pricking at his back, all the way back to the road. A few other residents had gathered to sticky beak and cast their own looks of judgment Raglan's way. Time, evidently, was not on his side. He felt it. There was growing tension in the air, and most of it felt like it was centered on him. The people of Bakerstown wanted him gone, and maybe as soon as tonight. 24. Let me, Raglan said, when he came across Claire struggling with a large box of supplies on the sidewalk as the snow fell. I don't need your help, said Claire, standing up and stretching her lower back. She looked exhausted. I know, he replied, bending over and hoisting the box into the air. But I'm giving it anyway. By the desk, fine? Several emotions warred on her face before she finally gave in. Fine, sure, just by the desk is fine. Smiling at his small victory, he carried the box through the door and into the main reception area, which had already been loaded with a few much smaller boxes and bags of equipment. Last supply run before the winter? Claire shrugged, choosing to work some smaller items out of their crates rather than engage in conversation. Raglan didn't give up. How's David? Great, considering you tried to murder him. Claire, I met him in kind. Had I not, you'd have been burying me 6 feet under. She stopped what she was doing and blew a loose strand of hair from her face. What? You didn't figure to ask what happened. Oh, he told me. I know David's an ass, but a heated argument never warrants a knife to the gut. Never. Is that what he told you? Raglan raised an eyebrow, incredulous someone so resourceful and smart could buy into such horseshit. Sure. I believe him. Seems he missed out a bit where he broke into the creaky with his buddy and jumped me. You know the knife was his, right? Claire stopped what she was doing. She had her back to him, so Raglan couldn't gauge by her face what she was thinking. He decided to test her patience. Do you still have it? The knife? It's in my office. She turned and looked up at Raglan as if weighing up his side of the story. Then she frowned and marched down the corridor to her office. He followed. By the time he reached the doorway, Claire had plucked the knife from a drawer. It was still caked in blood, likely put aside after the incident without a second look. The old man leaned against the frame of the doorway and folded his arms. Claire turned the knife over and peered closely at it. Shit. Raglan stepped into the office and, shaking her head regretfully, she handed the knife to him, handle first. What is it? Raglan asked, after turning the knife over and failing to spot anything. Look at the handle. Raglan looked more closely this time and noticed the vague scratching of 2 letters, D and H. His initials? Claire nodded. David Henderson, full name. No other D.H. in Bakerstown. She sighed. I owe you an apology. No, you don't. She looked at him sidelong. Yes, I do. Don't be an ass. I know when to admit I'm wrong. She took the knife back and tossed it back into the drawer. Nobody's perfect, Claire. Not even me. A smile briefly lit up her features. He had made progress. But listen, he continued. I didn't just come here to set the record straight. It's not about whether you like me or not. Oh, really? Do tell. She narrowed her eyes at Raglan. It struck him, then, in the half-light of a lantern on her desk, how pretty she was. Behind her, snowflakes danced past the window, and he wondered briefly if it would be appropriate to tell her what he was thinking. Not the time, he told himself. No. I came here because out of everyone I've met so far, you seem to be a voice of reason that Marley might listen to. This is about the cannibals? Yes. She won't fight, or even tell me what she plans if they come back. If it's true that they'll be back, there's no way we could fight or hold them back. I agree with her. But do you believe me? Claire approached Raglan, peering up into his face to search for a hint of a tell. Her blinkered expression told Raglan she couldn't come to a satisfying conclusion. Instead, she stepped back and shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know you, and nor does the town. Does Alex's word count for anything? Claire froze, and a look of anger crossed her face. Really? She said. Alex's word? No, it doesn't. What do you mean? Ragland asked, genuinely puzzled. No one's told you? The last time Alex kicked off about a threat from a settlement 2 days' walk away, we sent a scouting party and lost one of them. Her voice cracked on the last word. She turned and pretended to tidy her desk. So, people don't really trust Alex. Took him a whole year to make it up to Marley and be given the watch command. Ragland felt foolish for having blindly trusted him, and equally terrible knowing he had been responsible for getting one of their folks killed, chasing a shadow. Still, that didn't change anything now. He's right this time, he said. Marley will find another way. Ragland sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. This isn't right, he said. For Christ's sakes, they've been at the gates and told us they'd be back. I can't believe how many of you are turning a blind eye to this. Whoa, cowboy, calm down. We just mended a bridge back there. Seeing how worked up he was, she softened her tone. Fine. Let's take some fresh air and go and speak to... Claire stopped and cocked her head to the side. Did you hear that? She asked. Ragland listened intently and heard it too, a low buzz in the distance. A second later it became clear what the sound was. Is that people? He asked. Sounds like it, she said. And a lot of them. By the time Claire and Ragland had reached the main avenue, they could see in the distance a large gathering by the school. Several dozen at least, some of them holding up torches against a flurry of snow and encroaching twilight. Claire tugged the coat tight around her. What the hell is this? No idea. But isn't that David? Claire followed Ragland's pointed finger and groaned. That ass. I told him to rest or he'd open up those stitches. I'll kill him. The pair walked toward the crowd, and as they did, David spotted Ragland, and his voice boomed, grabbing the attention of everyone. There he is! The mob turned, and almost as one, rushed them, angry faces and lunging hands enveloping them. Claire yelled and tried to intervene, but she was tossed aside as they grabbed Ragland. He grappled with a few of the men trying to pin him down, punching one and elbowing another, but he was quickly overwhelmed and hit in the face and head several times before he was subdued. Kicking and protesting, 5 large men, including 2 he recognized from earlier at the barn, pulled him towards David and held him. David climbed to the top step of the store they were congregated in front of and gestured they should stand the prisoner on the step below, so the mob would see him clearly. The man of the hour, he declared after a theatrical pause. A trespasser, no longer welcome. Come on, David, Ragland grumbled, his face aching from the loose fists he'd caught. Stop this. Where's Marley? Where's Marley? Well, Marley don't have the balls to do what's got to be done with you, Ragland. We folk of Bakerstown have had enough, and we've voted, and Marley will have to honor that vote if we value a free world. Do we value a free world? He shouted to the people, who responded by yelling in agreement. Let me through, Claire called, struggling through the crowd before drilling the ringleader with a fiery gaze. David, you idiot. A show of hands is not a vote, and this is just a lynch mob. With a furious gesture, David had Claire grabbed and marched back the way she had come. She kicked and screamed all the way. You asshole, Ragland said. Fuck you. David clenched his fist and drove it into the side of Ragland's head, drawing blood at the first punch. The crowd cheered and bayed like animals.
Raglan raised his head once it had stopped spinning, and spat some of the blood in his mouth onto the dirt. His ears rang, and through the hair hanging over his eyes, he saw more people arriving, and, encouragingly, they were protesting to the crowd. He saw Alex, Simon, Viola, and a clearly frightened Kit, but the rest were caught up in a frenzy. For now, his would-be saviors were helpless, and he was on his own.
Now, as I was saying, we voted, and it's a hanging we'll be having today.
David basked in the power as the crowd roared, and reached behind him, taking something from Blackbeard. He thrust his hand into the air, and gripped in it was a rope with a hangman's noose. Cheers and baying drowned out the protests of the few in Raglan's corner. Boom! The shotgun blast behind the mob sent people scurrying with cries and screams of surprise. Then silence reigned for a few seconds as the crowd parted to allow a stone-faced Marley, shotgun in hand, to pass through. She pumped the shotgun and chambered a new round.
Back off, all of you.
From a baying mob to a group of chastened citizens, they obeyed immediately. David lowered the rope, his face red with anger.
Stop, Marley. The town voted. They want him strung up for attempted murder. Look!
David lifted his shirt to show the place where he'd been stabbed. It was a gruesome sight, now weeping fresh blood through rudimentary stitching. There were gasps and angry grumblings as the emotions of the crowd swung back his way.
And by your own knife. I wonder how that happened.
All heads turned towards Claire, including Marley's, as the medic shook off the two men holding her arms. The cold wind and falling snow were forgotten as they waited for her to say more. She made her way back to the front and stood between Marley and David, her eyes avoiding Raglan altogether.
I saw the markings on that knife. Your own blade. Why were you there, where he sleeps, with your hunting knife?
Murmurs rippled through the townsfolk. Raglan eyed Claire, thankful now that they'd made amends. She may have just saved his life.
It's my property. I always have it on me. I went there to talk. Enough!
Marley yelled, raising her shotgun but refraining from squeezing the trigger.
This ends now. We did not build this place to act like animals and lynch people, especially a man who saved one of our own and tried to kill another,
cried someone from the crowd. They were met with shouts of agreement.
Christ, people, were you not listening?
Called Claire, but acquiesced to Marley when the mayor held up her hand for silence.
So, you would hang someone without a trial,
Marley continued, tipping the cutter hat she wore against the onslaught of snow.
That is not how we do things in Bakerstown. David, I will look further into this, and I better not find out you're lying. Release him.
The men holding Raglan glanced at David, who nodded, apparently resigned to the fact his chance to deal with Raglan was lost, and they let him go. The drifter shook them off and stepped off the steps, spitting blood into the dirt and wiping the hair from his face as he joined Marley. For now, at least, she was still their leader. "Gentlemen," he offered, mock saluting to the thugs. David scowled. The mayor spun around, regarding the rest of the mob, shotgun now lowered over her forearm, trigger finger resting outside.
Now get. The show's over. Go on.
They dispersed, some looking shamefaced, some looking angry, but none stuck around. Finally, the only people left were he and Marley, David and Blackbeard, and the others who had come to Raglan's defense.
Come on,
snapped David to his oafish sidekick.
I've had enough of this shit. We'll be having more words about this, David, Marley called after him. The man paused and looked back at her, his hands clenched and unclenching. Finally, perhaps thinking better of mouthing off, he spun and walked on. Thank you, all. Things were getting hairy there for a moment. The others closed around him. No drama, although I'm sure glad Marley came along with her shotgun, Simon said, clapping him on the shoulder. Goddamn fuckers, said Kit. You should have finished the job on him. Settle down, Kit, said Marley, easing her way in front of Raglan. She looked up at him as if trying to find words. They didn't come, but he couldn't mistake the look on her face for anything other than regret. You want me to leave, don't you? I'm sorry, Joshua. I really am. I don't think there's much of a choice, she said, patting his elbow with her free hand. I need to nip this in the bud to clamp down on any influence that David might have gained from that performance. No, said Kit and Alex in unison. It's David who should be banished, not the old man. Raglan put a gentle hand on Kit's shoulder. It's okay, Kit. Marley's right. Trying to expel David could set something in motion that's more dangerous than the cannibals right now. He looked at Marley. I'll leave first thing in the morning. 25. Kit drew back her foot and kicked the empty can of beans as hard as she could. Raglan watched it sail, over the bed and into the wall. This is bullshit, she cursed as she stomped around the creaky motel. He had been awake when she knocked on his door just as dawn was lightening the eastern sky. And now, after 20 minutes of railing at the unfairness of it all, Raglan caught a glint of sunshine through the window. Morning had arrived, and the people of Bakerstown, except Kit and a handful of others, would not tolerate his stay a moment longer. He finished packing his gear, including a new bow and a quiver of arrows that Rahul had sent over the night before. It had surprised him, given their previous encounters, but Marley explained that the smith was no friend of David's. Once he'd been given the full picture by Claire, he had insisted on the parting gift. Aren't you even going to try to talk her out of it? No, Kit. This is the best option. Kit huffed and crossed her arms. I fricking hate them. They're so blind. This town used to be better, Gramps, I promise you. It was never like this. I believe you, he said. Everyone goes soft with comfort and routine. Gives people like David a chance to thrive. Hopefully Marley deals with him. Yeah. Raglan donned his thick winter jacket, zipped it up to the throat, and fed his arms through the straps of his backpack. In his left hand, he took his new bow and slipped it onto his left shoulder, leaving both hands free. How do I look? He said, grinning. Well, you know, like the old man who frickin' saved my ass, she said, then turned away abruptly. You all right, kid? Yeah, just like dust in my eyes or something. Shit. Raglan shook his head. He hated that he had to leave like this, and seeing her get upset hurt him more than he'd like to admit. Reaching up, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Want to walk with me to the gate? Kit turned, wiping her left eye and not fooling Raglan for 1 second. Sure. Taking one last look at the ramshackle hut he'd slept in for less than 2 weeks, Raglan peered about at the emptiness of it, the old bed, the rickety cabinet and the beaten-up wooden chair. It was cold, musty, and dusty, but he'd grown weirdly fond of his temporary home. Listen, there's one thing before we set off, Raglan said, clearing his throat. I want you to have this. The old man untied the worn leather thong hanging around his neck and handed it to Kit. She eyed the onyx pendant, slowly reaching out and grasping it. She stared at it resting in her palm as if it might come alive.
Your sister's necklace?
Mm-hmm.
But why?
She looked up at Raglan, eyes wide, searching for the motive that drove him to part with this most precious possession. I figured there must have been a reason why I've survived for so long in the wild by myself. Figured I had her looking over me. Kit didn't speak. Instead, she held it up close, turning the black stone over in her hands. Then, with care, she tied it around her neck and laid it down on her shirt. The sight made his chest tighten, and unanticipated tears stung his eyes. "Looks good," he coughed into his hand, and turned quickly to the door.
Dust?
She asked, with a bittersweet smile.
Something like that,
he said, and threw the door open. The walk through Bakerstown felt eerie. Some of the townsfolk, those that rose early, stood on the sidewalks and watched silently as he walked by. Raglan and Kit didn't speak, and apart from the crunch of frost on the road, all was silent. The snowfall had stopped overnight, but the altostratus clouds overhead promised a fresh dumping of powder soon. They arrived at the gate to find Marley with her shotgun in case of trouble, Simon, Viola, Rahul, and even Claire. Rahul busied himself with Charlie to ease open the gates to the wild beyond. With Kit still by his side, Raglan went to Marley and shook her hand. "Keep them safe, Mayor." She offered him a weary smile that didn't instill much confidence.
"Will do, old man. Thank you again for Kit and for the work you did. I know what happened with David was... well, shit happens, I guess. And you got the raw end of the deal. And I'm sorry."
"Forget it. You can't please everyone or be everywhere. It's done." Marley nodded.
"Good. Well, I'm glad we met."
"Me too," Raglan said, shaking her hand again. "Me too." Raglan continued with the others, getting a laugh from Simon and a warm hug from Viola, who said she didn't give a hoot about what the town thought, and he was always welcome back at the farm. From behind them, Odin appeared at the last moment, throwing his arms around Raglan before ducking away as if burned.
"Good work, mister. Come back soon."
Viola put an arm around the kid's shoulder, and Raglan ruffled his hair. Next was Simon. "Stay safe," said the big Canadian, as he pulled him into a bear hug. Last was Claire, who just the day before would have sent him on his way with a kick in the pants. She stepped forward, took his hand, and stopped suddenly, lowering her head. Raglan, confused and still with her warm, soft hand in his, looked at the others for guidance, awkward and unsure about what to say or do. Finally, lifting her face, Claire wiped a tear from her face and nodded.
"Sorry for being so harsh on you, cowboy. Take care."
Without another word, she let go and began to walk back into town, with Odin chasing along behind her. What was that about? He only got shrugs and confused looks in reply. Accepting he wouldn't get an answer, Raglan watched her for a few seconds, suddenly wondering what could have been if the circumstances had been different. Burying the thoughts quickly, he adjusted his gear and took one last look up the wide avenue into Bakerstown. In the distance, hunkered but not hiding in the shadow of a building, he saw David. The thug waved a hand, then turned it and flipped him the bird, a faint smile on his face. Raglan ignored the petty gesture from the petty man and turned to the gate.
100 yards away, the wilds of Pennsylvania waited for him. Kit was still with him as he crossed the threshold.
"Take care, kid," he said, pulling her into a hug.
"I will," she said.
Then, as they pulled apart,
"You remind her of John."
"Who?" he asked.
"Claire's man. He died early last year."
Something fell into place. The scouting trip? Alex? Kit nodded.
"He didn't mean to. But it might be why she's, been off with you and stuff."
Raglan sighed. "Explains a lot. Well, kid, this is it. Look after yourself, you hear? Keep that onyx safe, and it will do the same for you."
"Roger that, Gramps. Try not to pull a muscle or whatever."
He winked. "I'll do my best. Say goodbye to Alex. I won't be going past the lodge." Raglan waved to them as the gates slammed shut. Silence and solitude enveloped him. A familiar blanket, but one that felt a lot more threadbare than it ever had before. Turning, he walked off east into the trees, the frostbitten twigs and undergrowth crunching underfoot. Part 5. Eye of the Storm. 26. The afternoon following his departure from Bakerstown, a snowstorm hit, leaving it impossible for Raglan to do anything but hunker down in his tent until morning. The storm had passed by dawn, but light snow persisted. He ate some of the berries and nuts Simon had slipped him on his departure, then went back to sleep. Even when he awoke again, late in the afternoon, he would have happily stayed in the tent where there was some semblance of warmth, but his growling stomach wouldn't allow it. With the knee-deep snow, it wouldn't be easy to hunt. But first and foremost, he was a hunter-survivor, and eventually crawled out of the tent to gear up. Kneeling in the crisp powder, he reached down with a gloved hand and touched the faint impressions in the snow. Tracks. Small prints. A snowtail. Taking out the bow Rahul had made him, he tested the bowstring again to ensure it felt secure. Rahul's bow was much smaller and slender of limb than his manufactured one had been, and the string was less durable, having been fashioned from sinew. It wouldn't last as long as the Dacron string on his old one, but if he kept it dry, it would make do until he could find a replacement. Grabbing an arrow and nocking it, he followed the tracks, making sure to avoid twigs and branches that, if snapped, would alert the rabbit to his presence. He thought about Kit as he stared off across a flat piece of forest ground, searching for the animal. Raglan's mind drifted with the snow, remembering the moment she had put the necklace on. Even now, alone in the world without it, he didn't regret giving Kit the last memento of his sister. His mind flitted from that melancholy memory to his forced departure from the town. Bitterness came with it. The town's willingness to blindly ignore a genuine danger outside its walls annoyed him more than he cared to admit. So did the fact that he had let himself fall into the trap of caring too much. Raglan spotted his quarry as it bounced from behind a small bush, and he raised his bow. He drew the bowstring taut and followed his target. No, it was best he forget all about Bakerstown and its inhabitants, even Kit. He loosed the arrow, and it cut through the cold air, striking the rabbit and sending it cartwheeling in a cloud of snow. Darkness was setting in by the time he got back to camp. Sheltered from the wind, Raglan nursed a small campfire into life, and soon had the small game twisting and hissing over the orange flames. When the rabbit was cooked to his satisfaction, he pulled out the knife Rahul had given him. It still proved sharp to touch, and he prized the rabbit off the spit,
and waited for it to cool for a few moments before slicing meat from it and eating ravenously. The meat, though tough, tasted delicious. A hard-earned meal always did. Halfway through his meal, Raglan heard the snap of a branch behind him. With memories of the ambush he had suffered in similar circumstances just a week or so before, he dropped what was left of the snowtail, grabbed his new bow, and rose to his feet in one quick movement. With another arrow nocked and ready, he began searching the darkness. After what felt like minutes, but was in fact just a few seconds, a turkey burst from the tree line, stopped and stared at Raglan for a moment, before turning tail and speeding off into the shadows. Releasing his breath and chuckling, Raglan tossed the bow down and took up his food again. "Goddamn cobblers," he laughed, and bit into the carcass with even more rabid focus. The encounter with the turkey left him feeling on edge, and, paranoia or not, the feeling of being watched settled on him. He left the fire burning after his dinner and entered his tent. He had deliberately positioned the tent closer than customary to the fire to allow some of the meager heat to swell and circulate under the canvas. He suspected the benefit was more psychological than anything, but it made him feel cozier. In the morning, when he opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the sagging roof. The second was the eerie silence of the snow-muffled world. He peeled open the tent and met with several more inches of snow than had been there the night before. Grumbling, he dug around in his pack and retrieved one of the single most crucial items he had looted since the fall: waterproof coverings for his legs that would tuck nicely into his hiking boots. When he was dressed for the day, the last old man clambered from his tent and wasted no time packing it away. With his pack on his back and his bow over his shoulder, Raglan still couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. He turned his head and peered between the trees at the edge of the clearing, but still couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "Too much time in that goddamn town, Raglan," he growled, before setting off again. "You've gone soft in the head." When the sun was high overhead, Raglan settled and finished the leftover rabbit with some of the root vegetables Simon had packed for him. Thanks to the cold, the cooked food had kept well and satiated his hunger and need for nutrients. At a tiny stream, he refilled his bottle and spent some time watching the ice thaw at the edges. The simple view and sound of the babbling water comforted him. After all these years, he was still a sucker for the picturesque beauty of nature, and nothing could quite beat untouched snow in the woods. Almost a full 2.5 days out from Bakerstown, Raglan began to notice markings and signs in the forest that worried him. At first he had ignored it as wildlife, but the noises and a half-scuffed print here and there were not random enough, and he began to suspect he was being stalked. Cannibals? If so, it wasn't the moronic Zoms. It could only be the smarter ones, but only 1 or 2 at the most, or he was sure he would have seen them earlier. Choosing to test his theory, he deliberately took a path through more difficult terrain, areas where a careless step would dislodge rocks or break sticks in the undergrowth. 4 hours of that yielded no reward, and only served to tire him more quickly. As the sun sank in the west, he began to set up a new camp, but remained more vigilant, making a quick kill and then setting snares around the perimeter that would alert him of anyone trying to get too close. He went to bed again with a full belly of rabbit, and slept so soundly that it probably would have taken a siren to wake him. More snow had fallen overnight, and it crunched under his boots as he cleared away the snares he had set, the sound muffled by the blanketed trees around him. That brought to mind the traps that Alex had mentioned he and Sang had set. While he had traveled too far to encounter any now, he hadn't spotted even one as he moved away from the town. Unfortunately, he thought that the kid had pretty much wasted his time. On the 4th day, Raglan again chose a path through the more treacherous undergrowth. His perseverance was rewarded about 3 hours after he set out. The snap of a branch, accompanied by a low cry of surprise about 100 yards behind him, saw him throwing down his pack and sprinting in an arc towards the location of the sound, an arrow already nocked and ready to shoot. Traveling with great stealth, he slowed when he thought he was parallel to the position the noise had come from. He hunkered down behind a large cedar and peered through the trees to the west. Two figures stood next to each other, talking quietly, their hands and arms moving animatedly as they argued over something. His stalkers. They weren't cannibals. In fact, they were clothed in pristine snow gear and boots, and both carried bows, not the usual choice of weapon for cannibals. If not them, though, who was it? He needed a closer look. It was easy to slip from behind the cedar and get to a large boulder another 20 feet closer. Cannibals or no, they were a threat, and as he peeked over the rock, he raised his bow and aimed at the closest of the two figures, pulling the string tight. He slowed his breathing and prepared to let fly as the smaller of the two turned their head his way.
27.
Christ, Raglan rasped, relaxing the tension on his string immediately. It was Kit. Anger at the near disaster surged through him, and he shot to his feet and stormed towards them. "What the hell are you two idiots doing?" Kit and her fellow traveler whirled around, their eyes wide. As he suspected from the size and shape, her companion was Alex. Both shrunk away from his ire as he closed the gap, their mouths opening and closing like fish pulled from water. "Well?" he roared, standing over them. "We had to come find you," said Kit. "No," Raglan growled. "You didn't." "The town needs you, even if they don't know it," Kit persisted. Alex spoke up. "Kit and I figured you would be looking for them, hunting them." "Well, you're wrong. I'm just picking up my travels where I left off, and I'll avoid the cannibals if I can. You and your town should do the same." "You wanted us to fight them before. You can't give up on us, Gramps. Not yet." Seething with anger at how irresponsible they'd been to trek alone without enough people to put up a fight if they did come across trouble, he could barely speak. He stormed past them, fists clenched. Once he had put a few dozen yards between them, he turned and pointed back the way they'd come. "I didn't give up on the town. It gave up on me. Now go home. Follow your tracks, keep the fires low, and maybe you get back in one goddamn piece." Raglan shook his head, attempting to keep his composure. "Kit, after everything, are you trying to throw your life away?" "Hey, man, that's not fair," Alex said, stepping forward. "This was a joint decision." "Ah," Raglan laughed, throwing up a hand. "Joint stupidity it is, of course." Kit looked hurt. But if it meant she'd turn back with no argument, then he'd say whatever he needed to say. Alex wasn't finished. "I figured someone like you would understand." "Understand what?" "That we risk our lives for people we care about," said Kit, stepping in. "I guess we were wrong about you." Her words cut deep. Before he could reply, Kit reached inside her coat and plucked out the onyx pendant. The breath in Raglan's lungs froze. "This means everything, but not if we just give up. I figured we three could find these assholes so we know when they begin their move. We have a better chance of making the town see sense if we know when they are coming." Raglan couldn't take his eyes off the black stone. The muffled silence around them seemed to cut off the rest of the world. A single snowflake drifting onto his nose stirred Raglan from his reverie. "I still think this is reckless," he croaked. "You two aren't built for the wild like I am." Kit tucked the stone back inside her coat and smiled. "Lucky we're together then, right, Gramps?" Sensing the tension had dissipated, Alex looked around, searching the trees. "Hey, where's your gear?" he asked. "Back there," Raglan said, and pointed a thumb over his shoulder. I left it by some rocks. Heard you coming from a mile away. Not surprised. The terrain nearly broke my ankle. Alex suddenly smiled. I suppose that was deliberate? Absolutely. Raglan finished, and then regarded them silently. He was silent so long, Kit started to wonder if he'd had a stroke. She was about to say so when he spoke. I guess I can hang around a little longer. But once we know when they're heading to Bakerstown, I'm on my way again. Understand? They both nodded, Kit doing her best to suppress a smile. He lowered his brow. Kit, you know better than anyone how quickly things can go south. You both do exactly what I tell you, when I tell you. Got it?
Got it,
They both replied in unison. Raglan paused again, hands on hips and looking at the snow on his feet, wondering if he was doing the right thing. Misgivings aside, he felt like he had unfinished business with the town and the people in it. So for now, yes, it was the right thing.
So,
Kit prompted, adjusting her backpack, a hopeful glint in her eyes.
what's the plan?
My gear? Raglan turned and walked back towards where he'd dropped his pack. The two followed him. I've been looking out for signs, but so far, nothing. I think they'll be coming from the east again, so we'll head that way.
And then what?
Kit asked. Then, the drifter explained, navigating a fallen tree, once we find a sign, we track them. We look for where they're holed up. We assess their numbers, then we wait. Once they move, how long will we have? Asked Alex. Raglan reached the spot he'd hidden his backpack. He bent down, strapped it tight over his back, and readjusted the bow on his shoulder. You found them 2 days out, right? If they haven't moved yet, and we can maybe thank the snow for that, we'll be 3 on foot against at least 200 of them. I know you estimated 400 to 500, but I don't think they'll all be fighting. Anyway, I figure we can beat them there by half a day. Shit, Alex said under his breath. That's not much time.
We might get lucky, said Kit. Maybe they changed their mind after you told them off at the gate.
I looked into his eyes, he said. They'll be back. And not just for you or me. Bakerstown is a human meat farm. That'll be too much for them to resist. Marley won't be able to negotiate with them, unless it's to sacrifice some of her own people to buy a short reprieve. If she does that, they'll be back again and again for years, until there is no one left. How do you know? Alex asked, falling into step with Raglan. Trust me. It's not the first time I've seen... Raglan paused to swallow a bad memory. Just trust me. He noticed Kit and Alex exchange looks before he turned his attention back to their snowy path southeast. They paused for lunch when the sun was high in the sky. Raglan didn't allow them a fire.
How far have we come, you think?
Kit asked, washing down some jerky with a gulp of water. Raglan shrugged. A few miles.
What are we looking for?
Anything. Remains of a campfire. Blood, bones. Come on, let's get moving. I want to make camp at sundown. They tromped for 4 hours until the afternoon light began to dim. Raglan began to look for a good spot to make camp. Concentrating, he almost missed the whisper of shock from Kit. To him, it had sounded like a bird on the wind. Kit repeated the words, only louder.
Oh, God.
What is it? Raglan stopped their party and followed. She was as pale as the snow on the ground, her eyes staring between the sparse trees at the crest of a low hill a few 100 yards distant. Raglan's blood chilled, and he was thankful when Alex grabbed Kit and pulled her close to him, hiding her face from the horror. Stay here, whispered the old man, dropping his backpack and unslinging his bow. He indicated they should hunker down behind a fallen tree. Don't make any noise. Cautiously, Raglan climbed the small incline, using the trees as cover. As he approached the top, He kept his eyes averted from the horror that awaited, and instead surveyed the area for signs of company. The snow was pristine. There were no prints or other signs of recent activity. Satisfied they were alone, he stood up to full height and climbed the rest of the way, finally giving his full attention to the unfortunate soul he found there. The body was that of a young man, nailed through the wrists to a rough pole that had been staked into the ground. He had been flayed and gutted, strips of muscle cut from the legs and arms. There was nothing clean or symbolic about the scene. It was just a brutal butchering. Both the nose and ears had been removed, no doubt as mementos. It was also a warning, intentional or not, that they were not the only ones hunting. "Cannibals," he murmured when he got back to Kit and Alex. "We need to move." "Figured," said Alex. "Does that mean their camp is near?" "I don't think so," Raglan replied. "I didn't see any signs that there had been more than a handful. Maybe it was just a hunting party." Kit pulled away from Alex's chest, a hand to her mouth. "Holy shit," she said. "What the fuck?" Raglan couldn't agree more with the sentiment. "You're not going to like a theory I have," the old man grumbled, hands on his hips like Marley, as his eyes scanned the woods. Kit looked at Alex, who looked at Raglan. "Just tell us." "Fine," Raglan said. "I think it's possible they anticipated something like our mission, and that they are out hunting." "What?" Kit gasped. "No. That's not possible, right? We'd have seen or heard them." "Maybe not. After all, they probably don't know who they are hunting for, just that someone is looking for them. We can't underestimate them, and we have to assume that they'll find out tracks, in which case they will be hunting us." "So what are you saying?" Kit said. "That these cannibals are sophisticated?" Raglan nodded. "You saw the man at the gate, and Alex also spied on them at camp. They're not all brain surgeons, but they are being led by the norms. Cannibals, but cannibals who are intelligent and calculating." "Then why have we only just learned about it? God damn, man, this doesn't feel right." Raglan shrugged. "Well, no offense, but your town is pretty sheltered and seem to have their worldview shaped by a handful of people who have never been outside the gate. There's more of the zombs, so naturally, if your people did encounter them, they probably never saw the hierarchy up close." "Right." Kit shuffled from Alex's arms and straightened her backpack. "So," she said, "what signs did you find? Were they here recently? Could we track them?" The reply caught him off guard. Kit surprised him more and more. Bakerstown was lucky to have her. Then he smiled. "The body's well and truly cold. I think it's been at least 24 hours. That means they could still be close, so we have to be on high alert." Kit shuddered at the thought. "I did find one print in the dirt, under a pine. It was headed north." "North it is, then, I guess," Alex said, putting his arm around Kit's shoulder again. Raglan nodded. "North." 28. Raglan felt the possibility of being hunted was, in some twisted way, a little poetic. He'd spent so long in the New World being a hunter that he'd almost forgotten what it had been like to be prey. But it had happened before. Having seen out the period after the infection until the Chinese army was driven back across the Appalachians by the retrovirus, the young survivors, alone and hungry, without any form of government or authority, had scattered or banded together. Some of those groups were savage, killing at will over food or territory. For a time, Raglan thought that was how it would be forever. But then, during his travels, he heard of a stronghold in Albany, New York, where, rumor had it, the son of the last president ruled. Doubting the veracity of the rumor, but tired of being on edge and avoiding the gangs of marauding teenagers, Raglan decided some order was what he needed, and set out for Albany. He didn't know what he'd find, but there was nothing else for him. He traveled as inconspicuously as possible, mostly at night and on back roads, but avoiding people altogether was impossible. Because he was alone, he was often assessed by opportunity seekers to be an easy target. Sometimes he could avoid conflict, but sometimes it was inevitable. One such incident had taken place 3 miles from the border of New York, when 3 straggly teenagers armed with blades and axes had confronted him. "I killed all 3 of them," Raglan said, as he stoked their campfire on the 3rd night. "The first time I took a human life, and I had to take 3. I never arrived in Albany. I decided after that incident that it was best to avoid people altogether, so that's when I began wandering." They'd found a small cave-like structure, which sheltered them enough from the wind and helped hide the fire, though not entirely. It was a risk, but extinguishing it for complete stealth would ensure they wouldn't wake up in the morning. Alex and Kit sat opposite him on an old log, sticks of squirrel meat forgotten in their hands. "How old were you?" Kit asked. "I was about 25 or 26. I can't recall exactly. The early years kind of blend into one." Kit hung her head. "I might beat that, Gramps. I'm not even 20, but I might have blood on my hands before Christmas. It's so screwed up." "It is," Raglan nodded. "There's no good age when it comes to killing. But if you're doing it for the right reason, and only when you need to, then it's righteous, I guess." "Do you think I'll be able to go through with it when the time comes?" she asked. He paused a minute and pondered the question while he chewed squirrel meat. "You have it in you. Most do. It's just a matter of time and circumstance." Alex raised his eyebrows. "Man, that's a bit dark." Raglan shrugged. "Maybe, but it's true. Maybe if things hadn't turned out like they did with you getting on the radar, it might have been different." A gloomy mood fell over the camp for the rest of the night. Once they'd eaten and set traps, Raglan put out the fire, and they took to their tents and slept. Raglan dreamt he was wandering through Bakerstown. The streets were filled with corpses that he couldn't avoid stepping on. Every now and then in the mess he would see a familiar face. Simon, Marley, Jack the Butcher, Erica. He had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. Where was Kit? Finally he saw the school in the distance and knew this was where he would find her. His foot squelched on something, and when he looked down he saw Claire's face under the sole of his boot. In horror he lurched away towards the school, only to find there was a tree in front where none had been before. It was a tall cedar, and pinned to it with arrows was Kit. She was facing him, her mouth open in a silent scream, her eyes bloody sockets. Raglan sat bolt upright. Panting heavily, he scrambled out of his tent on hands and knees and took in gulps of fresh, cold air. "You okay?" Raglan brushed his long hair away from his eyes and saw Alex, already awake, checking on his backpack. Ashamed to be caught in such a vulnerable state, he climbed to his feet. "Fine," he growled. Alex nodded with a doubtful look on his face and went back to packing. The nightmare set the tone for Raglan's day, and in a foul mood, he tore his tent down a little impatiently and stuffed it into his pack. He was ready to move when Kit surfaced. "About time," he barked. "Jesus," she yawned and rubbed her eyes, before moving out of the way as Alex wordlessly began to pull down their own tent. "Relax, Gramps.
I'm up, aren't I?
Barely. Get your shit packed and let's go. Raglan turned his back, not wanting to see Kit and Alex exchange looks or whisper their opinions. Instead, he took a short northward walk away from the camp and waited. After just 5 minutes, the pair appeared on either side of him. Kit's eyes softened when she saw Raglan's face. He looked older this morning, the faint lines on his face a little more noticeable, his eyes haunted.
Sorry about before,
she said, even though she'd done nothing.
I had a nightmare. It was pretty frickin' bad.
Raglan's eyes widened, but he had no intention of mentioning his own bad dream. Forget it. We're all tired and cold. Let's just keep going. We can't be far now. The land they walked became an incline, easy at first, but then steeper, until it led up a hill to a sharp crest. The branches thinned and the ground started to level out near the summit, and they slowed to catch their breath before eventually reaching it. Wow, Raglan said. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Kit replied.
Seriously awesome.
From the crest, the land sloped down into a small valley. It was steeper than the other side and treeless, but not impassable. From their vantage point, they overlooked snow-covered treetops for as far as the eye could see. Alex was silent, but when Raglan checked on him, he saw the kid was appreciating the vista as much as he and Kit. Only he wasn't really a kid. Neither was Kit. Not kids like they would have been before the fall. Still, he couldn't think of them any other way, and because of that, he felt a responsibility to keep them safe. The nightmare was probably a manifestation of the weight of that responsibility, but its effects had faded as their hike progressed. Now a sense of empathy washed over him like a gust of warm air. It served to focus him on the task at hand. They started down the hill and were still 200 feet from entering the trees when Alex stopped and pointed into the distance. Look there. Is that smoke? Raglan squinted and could make out a thin white plume masked by the glare of a low sun on the horizon. It was hard to see, but Alex had caught it. Good spotting, Raglan said, and thumped him on the shoulder. Very good eyes. Alex beamed, and Kit stood on tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Nice work, babe. The adoration on her face struck Raglan, and he knew it wasn't just puppy love, but a real thing the two shared. Kids like these would be the future, and he felt more than ever that he had to keep them alive. Right, Raglan said. This is where we need to be extra careful. This is a recon only, no engagement, no heroic shit. Got it? The pair nodded. Good.
So, what are we going to do for evidence then? Get close, sketch a picture, and show the town we were right?
Kit offered. Alex chuckled, and Raglan allowed himself the ghost of a grin at her humor. If only that would work. Sure do miss my old smartphone. Alex and Kit looked blankly at him. Forget it. We're going to get something they can't ignore. A count of their numbers. Maybe evidence of their ferocity. A hostage, right? Said Alex. No, Raglan said. Too dangerous. We're going to get ourselves a trophy.
A trophy? What, like we cut off one of their heads and take it back?
Kit asked. No. Jesus, kid. If you people had tech, I'd say you were watching too much TV. No, not a head. We're going for one of their necklaces. Kit looked confused and touched her pendant.
Oh,
Alex said.
You mean the ears? The string of ears they make from the ones they cut off their victims.
Kit's face paled. Sorry, Alex said.
It's sick,
she said, and took a deep breath.
Why do they do it?
Why do you think? Raglan rasped, checking his bow and securing it back onto his shoulder.
Tallying their kills? Trophies?
Both. Let's go. The three began their careful descent down into the trees and turned in the direction they'd seen the plume of smoke. Once in the trees, the sense of danger set in and prickled at the hairs on his arms the deeper into the forest they went. They all stumbled a few times, the deep snow hiding the roots and rocks in their path. After an hour, they came to a freshly trodden path. The snow and mud had been trampled by many feet and swung in a slight northwesterly direction. Kit shot Ragland a look of trepidation. The cannibals were moving in the direction of Bakerstown. "There must be hundreds of them," Alex said, kneeling down to inspect the footprints. "Yes," said Ragland. "I'd say it's the bulk of the group you saw on your scouting mission, but not all of them."
"Is there still time?" said Kit in a strident voice. "To get ahead and raise the alarm?"
"I don't know," Ragland said. "But 3 of us can move quicker than hundreds." He unslung his bow and broke into a light jog. "Come on." 29. By nightfall, Ragland, Kit, and Alex had caught up with the cannibals, who had set up camp. They were now near the northern boundary of the former national forest they'd been walking through, and the problem soon would be the open land beyond. 10 years had not been long enough for the forest to claim back the former farmland and roads it gave way to. Once out of the forest, they would be more exposed to the weather and at risk of being spotted by the cannibals they followed. When they had the location of the camp, they moved a mile away and set up their own camp in a dry creek bed, sheltered by a steep bank. Clustered tightly around a small fire, Ragland passed around morsels of the small rabbit he'd shot an hour before they stumbled upon the cannibal camp. They made short work of the meat. "Do either of you two know these parts?" Both shook their heads.
"Not really."
Kit shivered as she bunched up close to Alex. "I haven't been this way before," he said, "but I suspect it will be bloody cold, as we'll be a bit more exposed." "It will. I'd hoped to be much further south by now if things had—" He glanced at Kit. "Been different. But winter this year has surprised." He reached over for another stick to throw on the fire and grimaced, holding his lower back for a minute. "You okay?" Alex asked. "Yeah," he said, thankful that the glow of the fire hid his red face. "I know I might be old to you, but I'm still in my prime. I'm just exhausted." "We all are. You grab some shut-eye. I'll take first watch." Ragland shook his head, earning him frowns from the other two. "Not me, kids. I've got to get us that necklace." Kit sat up straight.
"Like hell you are, Gramps. Are you friggin' insane? You think you're just gonna waltz on in, all howdy and stuff, and just grab a spare necklace of ears?"
Ragland couldn't help but smile. She was a little more cantankerous than his sister had been, but not by too much. The reminder cheered him up. "No. They'll be settling down for the night. But there'll be some out and about foraging or scouting. I plan to find one of those and take them quietly." "I'm coming with you." "No, Alex, you're not." "But no," he barked as he reached for his pack. "You stay here and keep Kit safe." The girl bristled, and he quickly corrected. "Keep each other safe. Make sure to keep the fire as low as you can. Before I go, though, I need something to pep me up." Kit was scowling as he pulled a tiny pouch and what looked like a small steel pot from his backpack. While they watched, he poured the contents of the pouch into the pot and topped it with water. While they couldn't make out what the dark powdery substance was by the low light, Alex smelled it immediately.
"You have coffee?"
Ragland nodded. "Simon had a small supply left in his pantry and gifted me some."
"He must like you,"
Kit said softly, her scowl somewhat softened.
"Coffee is mad rare. We only get some of it because of the long trade journey Marley sends south every spring."
"Not surprised," Raglan replied, as he held the pot over the flames. Without a percolator or filter, he'd been told to boil it and filter through a small mesh paper Simon had given him. He poured the coffee through the filter into his tin cup, and did so for Kit and Alex, too. Then he raised his steaming cup to theirs. "Here's to," he started.
"Coffee,"
Kit finished for him, and taking a big gulp. She grimaced in pain as the hot liquid burnt her mouth, but managed not to spit any out before it was down.
"Damn, that was hot,"
she said through watering eyes, and then she blew furiously, trying to cool it quicker. Alex laughed and shook his head. Hot or not, she threw hers down while they were still sipping their way through theirs. Done, she placed the cup down, closed her eyes, and let out a long breath.
"God, I love that shit."
"Yeah," Raglan said. "I can tell. Maybe let it cool a little next time so you can actually taste it." He finished his a few minutes later, and as he stood up, he could already feel the caffeine kicking in. "Okay, you two. Stay put. Keep warm, but keep the fire low. I won't be long." They nodded.
"Are you taking your bow?"
"No, Kit. This calls for stealth, and the less I carry, the better. My knife is all I need." She nodded, but didn't look convinced. "Back soon." "Don't die," said Alex, immediately regretting his choice of words. Kit thumped him. Raglan moved off into the trees without comment. 20 minutes later, he was within 100 yards of the cannibal camp. They were just beyond the edge of the forest, sheltered from the worst of the weather. Crouched low in the darkness of the forest, he rubbed his hands to keep the circulation going. He watched and surveyed the camp just like he had before rescuing Kit the first time. It was big and well run. It had to be for them to be able to move so many people in such an organized fashion. Thankfully, it didn't look to be the full population Alex and his spies had found. This group looked to be about 150, but from what he could see, they were armed to the teeth. This, then, was their army. As ramshackle and rudely armed as it was, he hadn't seen a large fighting group like it since the Chinese Red Army had departed. Not good. The plume of warm breath faded like a ghost in the cold darkness. He would have no hope of just sneaking into the camp to find what he wanted. His only option, as he'd mentioned to Alex and Kit, was to wait for an individual or small band to break off and enter the woods to forage or take a piss. That would be his move. But even now, he was doubting that obtaining the trophy and taking it back would convince the people of Bakerstown they were in imminent danger. The longer he sat there in the cold, the more he began to think it was nothing more than a harebrained scheme. No, Bakerstown would only fight if the threat was bashing down their gates. Literally. If they didn't wake up and defeat, or at least fight the cannibals to a standstill, they would only grow stronger, and like a plague, move on to the next town, and the next, and the next. Much more was at stake than Bakerstown. He was on the verge of calling the mission off and thinking about how to explain it to Kit and Alex when he spied a pair of cannibals saunter away from the firelight, into the woods, and only a few 100 feet from his position. These two were dressed in decent winter gear and didn't have the shuffling appearance of zombs. As he moved through the trees, rounding their position to come up behind them, he did spy a group of zombs, their ankles chained one to the next, with the two on each end secured to trees. These were ugly and malnourished, almost unrecognizable as human beings, and he realized with shock that two Norms were guarding them. Were they deliberately starving them? The inhumanity of it hit him hard, but it was when he deduced why that he felt sick to his stomach. Shock troops. They would unleash this group first, and crazed with hunger and whatever treatment they'd endured their whole lives. They would rampage through the streets of Bakerstown like a mobile meat grinder. With a fresh resolve, Raglan found the two men laughing and swearing as they emptied their bladders, side by side. He lunged at the one on the right, burying the knife into the back of his neck and severing his spinal cord, ripping it out as he grabbed the second in a headlock and clamped a hand over his mouth. The cannibal struggled and thrashed around as he tried to escape Raglan's grip. He couldn't, and inevitably the drifter's blade opened the exposed skin of his throat, unleashing a gout of crimson. Raglan held him until it was over, then let the body crumple next to his pissing buddy. Taking a quick breather, he rolled them both over and cursed. Neither wore a string of ears. It was a good time to turn around and head back to the others. But something about what he'd seen stung him deeper than he could explain. And now, cocky from the easy kill, and just for the bloody hell of it, he wanted to get one up on the bastards by sneaking into their camp and stealing something from right under their nose. He looked down at the bodies, and a grim smile slowly dawned on his face. 5 minutes later, with bloody stripes painted on each of his cheeks and wearing the white coat he'd stripped from cannibal number 1, he sheathed his knife and walked confidently toward the camp, holding the small axe his victim had been carrying loosely in one hand. 30. Raglan cast furtive glances as he went, but no one seemed to have noticed him yet. A razor-sharp focus, courtesy of the adrenaline coursing through his system, had kicked in. He would find a necklace, put it around his neck, and then get the hell out of Dodge. He was heading into a quieter part of the camp when a heavy hand fell on his shoulder.
"What's that trinket you gone found yourself there, brother?"
Raglan was silent for a moment, searching his brain for a response that wouldn't get him killed.
"Hey, fuckhead, I just asked you a question."
The hand was joined by another, and Raglan found himself spun around and looking up into the face of a gigantic bald man. Recognition washed over Raglan. He knew this gigantic savage from somewhere. The giant's eyes narrowed.
"Found it out in the woods,"
Raglan said, holding up the axe.
"Oh, yeah? Whose blood is that?"
Raglan shrugged. "Don't know, but sure tastes sweet," he said, raising the axe blade and licking some of the cannibal blood from the edge. The big cannibal stared at him a little longer, before cracking a laugh. Other cannibals stepped forward, curious about the conversation. Raglan, nauseous at the coppery taste in his mouth, wished he was back up behind the hill with Kit and Alex.
"You must be hungry to be licking cold blood off a blade."
The cannibal slapped him on the shoulder and moved off.
"Don't worry, you'll get your fill of meat when we take that town."
Raglan watched him go as the feral cannibals chained up to the trees heard meat and began to shriek the word over and over. He barely noticed because it had dawned on him where he knew the face from. This man was the living, breathing image of the gigantic Zom he had killed the first time he left Bakerstown. Gigantic twins. One a mindless freak. Then this specimen, who was even more terrifying because of his ability to think and speak. Raglan focused on controlling his breathing as the others around him dispersed or followed the giant. Subdued by this interaction, he went back to scouting the camp when he noticed ahead another face he knew, the man he had turned away from the gate of Bakerstown a few days before, the leader. He was laughing and drinking with more norms, including females, and greeted the giant loudly when he entered the firelight.
"Moose, where have you been?"
"Taking a dump, boss."
This was greeted with howls of laughter. Raglan tarried just a second too long, and the eyes of the leader fell on him before moving back to his circle of buddies. Cursing quietly, the drifter pulled down his hood and ducked into the shadow of a tree, waiting for a shout of alarm. He counted to 10, and none came. When he felt safe, he slipped out of sight down a path between two lines of tents. He came to another open area, this one not as boisterous or populated as the last, and began weaving through sleeping bodies. Spooked by the two close encounters, he was about to call time on this particular mission and begin to make his way out of camp when he spied, draped over a stick wedged into the frozen ground, a necklace of ears. A lot of them. He paused and listened, then glanced left and right, before reaching up and taking the trinket. The ears, mostly shrunken and darkened with age, were frozen solid, like rocks to the touch. At one end were two fresher additions. Blood still congealed at the edges where they'd been severed from their owner's head. The tops of the ears had been pierced with a thin wire threaded through them, before being joined in a tight knot. It was one of the more gruesome things he had ever seen. Now that he had it, he was unwilling to put it over his head, and instead shoved it inside of his coat. He looked up and for the first time noticed that he was being watched. It was a girl of about 7 sitting by a small fire. Her dark eyes were fixed on him. That awful empty gaze spooked him more than the necklace of dead flesh, but he maintained his composure. "Just getting it for him," he bluffed. She didn't say a word, just kept on staring at him, unblinking. A Zom. Too simple in the head to even understand he was talking to her. Raglan licked his lip and looked past her. Just one fire ahead, and beyond its glow, he could see the long stretch of trees that would lead him back to his companions. Raglan took a deep breath and started walking. He'd barely taken 10 paces when a figure stepped from the shadows and blocked his path. "Hello, brother." It was the leader. He wore a winter jacket, jeans, and boots. Raglan thought that if it wasn't for the carving in his forehead, the cannibal could have easily blended in with the Bakerstown folk. As Raglan tried to find a way out of the situation he found himself in, he spotted movement in the shadows on both sides, guards who no doubt would block his escape. "There's nothing you can say that will help you, friend. I never forget a face," the leader said, as he crossed his arms behind his back. "What brings you to our camp?" Raglan didn't speak. Instead, he turned and lunged for freedom, only to come crashing into the chest of Moose. "No, you don't, little lamb," the giant cannibal said, grasping his upper arm and holding him in front of the leader. A cold deeper than the winter's night chilled Raglan. This was it. He'd walked right into the lion's den and offered himself up as a free meal. The leader stepped forward slowly and reached out, unzipping Raglan's jacket. There, he slid his cold, long-fingered hand in and plucked free the necklace of ears. "Oh, dear. What is this, friend?" Raglan remained silent. "No? Well, no matter." Raglan struggled against Moose's grip, but the big man clamped down tight enough to make him wince. The leader and a few of his friends laughed. The feral cannibals at the trees screamed meat in a blood-curdling chorus. The leader raised his hands into the air, his sharpened teeth glinting in the firelight. "Yes! Meet my pretties." The chorus died away, and the leader rubbed his chin in a thoughtful manner. "My loyal pack
always speak true. It's our tradition, our way of life. Meat. The best kind of meat. And you come to us on the eve of our greatest feast yet. An appetizer. Confirmation of our righteous path. Thank you, stranger, for this gift.
He grabbed Raglan's chin and inspected him, pinching his cheeks and prodding his body.
Lean, but you'll do,
the leader said, and signaled Moose before walking past them and back towards his campfire. Raglan found himself lifted from the ground and hoisted over the giant's shoulder like a small child being carried by its father. Raglan struggled as they followed the leader, but the grip of the gigantic cannibal was unshakable. Near the fire, the leader motioned to a tree. 3 minutes later, he was tied securely to the rough bark of the trunk. Triumphant, the leader came over to Raglan and licked his bottom lip slowly, as his gray eyes bored into him.
What's your name, meat?
Go fuck yourself. The leader howled with laughter, then punched Raglan in the jaw. The sharp pain was accompanied by a flash of white that filled his vision momentarily, then his mouth filled with blood. Disorientated from the blow, he spat out a globule of blood.
Let's try that again. What is your name?
Feeling as if it was already over, Raglan didn't see what he had to lose, so he smiled through the blood. Go fuck. The second punch was somehow harder. It crunched into his lower jaw, flung his head to the side, and Raglan felt a tooth come loose. Raising his head, he adjusted his position against the tree and worked his tongue along his back teeth. Sure enough, a molar had broken off. He spat it at the leader's feet.
Ah, a trophy. Thank you.
The leader picked up the tooth and, smiling, put it into his coat pocket.
I am going to enjoy eating you. Perhaps we'll fillet and cook you while you watch.
He plucked a hunting knife from his belt and took a step towards Raglan, when a howl sounded from the woods opposite, followed by a whoosh and flames flaring up amongst the trees. The leader spun around, distracted by the commotion.
Moose, get everyone you have,
he ordered before stepping up to Raglan and putting his face mere inches away.
Don't go anywhere, my sweet meat.
Raglan watched him run off with the rest of his baying troops and looked around. His knife was on the ground, well out of reach. He craned his neck to check the woods to the left, and in his peripheral vision spotted a shadow racing up behind him. There came a thud and a panting breath as fingers began to fumble at the rope.
Fuck, a voice rasped.
Kit?
We've got to go. Alex said he'd delay them as long...
Her voice broke, and she fell silent. After nearly a full minute of fumbling and slicing, the ropes fell to the ground. Raglan bent over and grabbed his knife before joining Kit behind the tree. She stood up, her eyes wide with fear, and handed him his backpack. He took it and slung it over his shoulders before taking the bow. Where is Alex? Kit shook her head.
He didn't give me a choice.
He gripped her by the shoulders. Where? Tears rolled down her face as she pushed him off, her eyes glowing in the orange firelight.
He's...
A shout interrupted them, and Raglan spun around to see two cannibals speeding towards them. Taking out his knife, he told Kit to run. I'll be right behind you. Throwing the knife from his right hand into his left, he ducked under the punch of the first cannibal and sliced him across the stomach. Raglan met the second cannibal head-on, knocking his knife-wielding hand away and sticking his own blade deep into the cannibal's eye socket. His shriek of agony pierced the night. Cries erupted, the leader's louder than the rest.
Back to the fire! Our meat is escaping!
The blood-curdling chorus of the Zom cannibals screaming for meat again rose up, drowning out everything else. The cannibal with the open belly had turned, unaware that his guts were spilling onto the snow, and came at him again. Raglan sliced his throat this time, and was gone before the body hit the frozen earth.
31.
Raglan and Kit dashed into the woods, their pace as hard and as fast as they could, the bloodthirsty horde behind them providing plenty of incentive. Raglan deliberately had them running deeper into the forest, but after 10 minutes they arced towards the north. Miraculously, the screams and yells behind them fell off and continued west, the cannibals clearly not skilled at tracking.
"I think we lost them,"
said Kit, panting hard at the exertion.
"We keep going," said Raglan. "Once we're out of the forest, we'll reevaluate."
20 minutes later, they emerged onto a field where hard gusts of wind cut through their clothes like they were nothing.
"Keep going,"
Raglan roared over the noise of the storm, his hand pointed toward a row of abandoned houses. Their feet sunk into the fresh snow as deep as their knees in some places. Behind them, the glow of fire reflected across the field. Raglan glanced over his shoulder and cursed. Not as poor at tracking as he thought, although it was only a small group. There were shouts when they were spotted, and he saw two split off and head back the way they had come. They would summon the rest. Lungs on fire, Raglan helped Kit up over a fence and kicked in the back door of a house. Inside, out of the wind, Raglan ran through the kitchen to the living room. He tore a length of curtain off, wrapped it around his hand, and punched the big plate glass window. Immediately, great flurries of snow filled the room. Raglan took the glass pieces and rushed to the back door and started to wedge them upright between the floorboards.
"What are you doing?"
Kit shivered, the strength and energy gone from her voice. Leaving Alex to the cannibals, and the seeming inevitability of their own capture and death, was too much for the young girl to handle.
"Buying time. It'll slow some of them down. We need every edge we can get. Come on, let's go."
The two of them were through the front door less than 3 minutes after they entered, and back out onto the street, fighting against the wind. They turned into another yard, this one in the row of houses opposite. Raglan vaulted a set of broken steps up to a long porch. Once at the top, he drew back his foot and kicked through the big double front doors of the 2-story home and ran inside. Kit was right behind him, her pants hard and sharp.
"We can't keep running. We've got to stop this storm."
Raglan shook his head, his eyes searching for something to use. Nothing became apparent. "No," he said, and darted into the back room and toward a glass sliding door that led to the back garden. "We have to move."
"But the storm. What about Alex?"
Raglan turned and grabbed Kit and stared deep into her eyes. "Alex is gone. If we stay or linger, we die too. Our only shot is to keep going all the way back to Bakerstown."
"But—"
Kit choked, trying to hold back tears. The exhaustion aided in keeping them back.
"That's a day's hike."
"I know," he said, and let go of her and looked through the doors toward the woods that backed onto the fenced garden. "But it's the only chance we have right now. Are you ready? We'll make for the trees there and jog up to the next hill." Kit tucked some loose hair back into her beanie and secured her coat.
"Ready."
In just half an hour, Raglan guessed they'd covered 2 miles. It wasn't record-breaking, but in the conditions it was great progress. For now, they hadn't stumbled, and his knees were still in good working order. As the incline eased and swept over toward the top of the valley, they crested and dipped down toward the other side, out of sight, then swung hard northwest. Above them, the sky was blotched, gray-black, all of the stars hidden from view, even though the snowstorm had eased off to a light fall. The distant howls of their pursuers had also dropped off, and as they continued their methodical jog, he began to hope. After another half hour, though, Kit stumbled and clutched at a tree, slowly sliding down until she was sitting on the snow.
Raglan doubled back and knelt next to her.
I can't do it, she said, in short, harsh pants. It's too far. You have to,
Raglan begged. In the distance, he fancied he saw a brief wink of light between the trees. Cannibals, or a trick of his eyes, it hardened his resolve. Come on, he said, and helped Kit back to her feet. You're stronger than you think.
Alex always said so,
she said, and wiped her face.
Now he's gone.
She started to sag back to the ground, but he took her face in his gloved hands. Do it for Alex, Kit. Make his sacrifice worth something. She stared as if slapped, and Raglan worried that he'd gone too far. Kit eventually nodded, straightened her beanie, and shook snow off her sleeves.
For Alex.
Their dangerous marathon lasted into the early hours, fueled only by nuts and berries and desperation. Finally, the endless night ended when the distant sun broke light across the powdered treetops. Raglan and Kit slowed to a trudging walk, but continued towards home. When they passed a large fallen cedar on an established path, Kit told him they were a half-day away, a reward for their grueling run through the night. They stopped an hour after sunup and ate the last of the rabbit from 2 nights before, washing it down with a few handfuls of snow. Raglan's bones ached, and the tip of his nose was numb. He knew without the warm blood pumping through their systems from the exertion of the flight, they'd both be sporting a bad case of frostbite, or worse. He stood up again, and Kit groaned.
Can we rest for just a bit longer?
Kit said, eyes barely open. Raglan turned back and peered into the distance behind them. He spotted a plume of smoke at least 3 miles behind them. We'll rest for 5 more minutes. I think they are doing the same. It will give us a chance to put more miles between us and them. She nodded without opening her eyes. He felt more for her then than at any time since he'd met her. She just lost her partner, and to compound the agony of the raw grief, she was on the point of exhaustion. He sat close and let her rest her head on his shoulders as they shared their warmth. He didn't even realize he'd fallen asleep until he was startled awake by a gunshot in the distance. He clambered to his feet and helped Kit up, newly energized.
Sorry, I fell asleep,
Kit said. Don't be. Me too. Let's move. Rejuvenated by their meager portions of food and the few minutes shut-eye, Raglan and Kit set off at a jog. After an hour, the regrettable happened, and he fell down hard when a rock he trod on tipped unexpectedly, rolling his ankle.
Shit, are you okay?
Kit said, helping him up. I think so, he started, and promptly fell to his hands and knees again when his ankle failed to hold. It's not broken. I think I just sprained it, he said, and began to rise again. Kit held him down.
Let me look.
In a flash, he had his boot and sock off, and they inspected the damage. The joint was swollen, but not ridiculously so. Kit wrapped it tight with a bandana she pulled out of her pocket, and he put his sock and boot back on. Thanks. Feels better already, he said, after taking a few tentative steps. But we won't be jogging the rest of the way to Bakerstown.
Fine by me,
said Kit. Within a mile, Raglan had warmed up completely and barely felt the angle as long as he maintained a steady walk and didn't try any fancy moves. The last stretch to Bakerstown took the rest of the afternoon, and by the time twilight started to consume the sky, soaking the snow in deep purple, the weary pair were in sight of the gates. 50 yards out, the siren started to blare, and Raglan made out Charlie at the top, his eyes wide. The siren, an old wind-up job, continued blaring, but the gate remained shut.
Open the gate, Charlie,
Kit called up to the boy as they came to a pause below the lookout. Now that they arrived, the adrenaline of the chase ebbed,
and they both felt the cold and hunger begin to catch up on them. Raglan's ankle began to stiffen, and he used his bow to support his weight. Kit looked at him, and he waved it off. "It's fine. I'm just tired," he said. "What's taking them so fucking long?" The siren began to wind down, and they enjoyed the silence briefly before the faces of Marley, David, and a few others appeared at the top. The gate remained closed. "Where's Alex?" Marley asked, her voice uncharacteristically cold. He... Kit started, but fell to her knees, the emotions she'd been bottling for the last 16 hours spilling out as she bawled into her hands. Before Raglan could finish her sentence, David did. "He's dead, isn't he? Raglan, you son of a bitch! You did it, didn't you?" Marley moved her hand, and the other men on the fence raised their bows as she waited for his answer. "Kit, you move away from him," Marley called. At the end of the line of men, Raglan spotted Rahul, a rifle aimed loosely in his direction. The outrageous accusation and puzzling over what had changed between David and Marley in their absence had silenced him momentarily. But Raglan finally found his tongue. "Marley, what the hell's wrong with you?" Raglan said. "It's nothing like that. These two came after me, but we were attacked. They're chasing us now, less than a day behind. They got Alex, and they're—" David pulled out a handgun, a big-barreled revolver, and pointed it at him. It seemed to come as a shock to Marley, her hand fluttering to her mouth. Whatever had changed between them, it was easy to see that David had more power, or some hold over her that he didn't have before. "Bullshit," said David, as he cocked the weapon. "I'm going to end you right here." "David," said Marley. Raglan knew the look in David's eyes, and knew there was no way he'd be talked down. There was only one thing for it. As quick as a snake, Raglan drew his hunting knife, and in one movement grabbed Kit and pulled her to her feet as he stepped behind her, his blade against the pale skin of her throat. He swiveled her from side to side, making sure anyone thinking of taking a shot would think twice. Kit went limp and held her hands out as people assembled on the gate cried out in shock, a hostage showing she was cooperating. He knew she understood what he was doing and why, but the act of last resort still left a bitter taste in his mouth. He looked up at David. "Let me in, or I finish her right here." Part 6. Wolves at the Gate.
32.
The look in Marley's eyes as she followed David through the opening gates was like a punch in Raglan's guts. It was the gaze of someone who had been betrayed in the worst possible way. With the knife still hard against Kit's pale and exposed throat, he took stock of the folks surrounding him, weapons drawn, and with more on the way. They looked determined to take him if they could. This wasn't a popularity contest. It was about saving the town and its legacy, and Raglan had to gamble and pray that Kit understood his gambit. "Easy does it," Raglan said, swinging Kit around as David darted behind him. Marley hissed and put her hand up. "David, wait!" The veins in David's neck were protruding, his eyes wild and wide. So close to his end goal, he wanted to kill Raglan before Marley could talk the townsfolk out of it again. The drifter could almost smell the copper in the air, even though a drop of blood hadn't been spilled. "We gonna let this asshole get away with this, Marley?" said David, still circling. "Let's just take him." Charlie looked terrified and glanced from Raglan to Kit. "Please don't hurt her, mister." He answered, but his eyes were on Marley. "I've got one condition." Already a dozen men and women had arrived at the gate, holding a range of homemade weapons of the bludgeoning and stabbing type, but also a few guns. All for me? Raglan thought. In truth, knowing they were willing to use weapons to defend themselves gave him a sense of relief, even though he wasn't the enemy they needed to be concerned about.
I think we're past negotiating with you, the mayor said. Let Kit go, and we won't kill you.
Can't do that.
You have no choice.
David took a step closer, and Raglan swung Kit around, pressing the blade harder against her throat. He whispered sorry into her ear. Marley's hands came up again to warn David off. Then she bowed her head in resignation.
I have the leverage here, Marley. For once, be smart about this, said Raglan.
And he began moving Kit towards the gate, pivoting her every time one of the aggressors got too close.
Fine, the mayor replied. What's the condition?
A few angry jeers and shouts filled the street. They didn't care about reason or logic. They just wanted to kill him.
That you hear what Kit and I have to say. You make a promise to act, and then you can do what you want with me. Clear?
Marley looked around at her people, who walked as one group in Raglan's wake, eyes on his knife. A familiar face appeared, pushing through the townsfolk nearest him.
Let him speak,
Simon said, his thick arms folded. More angered cries, but another voice met Simon's, one Raglan had not expected to hear.
I agree with Simon.
It was Claire.
Let's hear what he has to say. We owe him that. We owe him nothing, screamed David.
He pulled up his shirt to show the townsfolk. The numbers had swollen, and now more than 30 people milled about. Soon it would be the entire town.
Look what he did. And now look at him. A knife to Kit's throat. He didn't save shit. She was just an opportunity for him. A means to a goddamn end. Ain't that right, Raglan?
Voices of agreement were in the vast majority. The thick tension filled the air. Raglan felt it. His mouth was dry, and the rapid thuds of his heart pounded in his ears. Things were getting ugly very quickly.
Why are you doing this, Raglan?
Marley asked, her voice hopeless. Would you have let me in if I'd not grabbed Kit? Raglan asked. She didn't answer immediately. Would you?
No,
she said.
We wouldn't have.
So it had to be done.
Did it?
Raglan cleared his throat.
The threat is real. It's out there. We all saw it. Kit saw it. Alex saw it. They're coming. And they'll be here by tomorrow. Where is Alex?
Someone in the crowd yelled. Kit squirmed in Raglan's grasp. He knew she wanted to speak, so he loosened his grip enough. David moved his feet apart, as if ready to pounce.
They killed him,
Kit croaked.
Raglan's telling the truth. There are at least 200 of them. Alex, he saved us. We got away. If it wasn't for him, we'd both be dead.
Raglan clenched his jaw. It was a lie. Alex had sacrificed himself to save Raglan alone, but Kit was smart enough to know this fact would possibly tip them over the edge into violence.
He's making you say this, Kit,
David interrupted.
We'll get you away from him. Just tell us. Raglan killed him, didn't he? No. It was the cannibals. He caused a distraction and— Stop it, David said again. Don't protect this man. Shut the fuck up, David,
Kit screamed. The outburst stunned the crowd into silence, and David's mouth hung open.
You've had, the worst vendetta against Raglan since he turned up. So listen to me. All of you. This shit is super fucking real. We don't have long. And no!
The blow to the back of Raglan's head stunned him, and sent both of them sprawling face first onto the road. Barely conscious, he realized he'd also dropped the knife and began to turn his head to see who had hit him when another blow finished the job. Everything went black. Raglan awoke. He had no idea how long he'd been out, but the agony in his head was immense. It felt like his brain had swollen to twice its size, and he had to work hard to retain consciousness. Before opening his eyes, he instinctively tried to move his hand up to touch his head, but realized they were both restrained above him. Slowly his body sent him signals about his predicament. The biting of rope at his wrists, the frigid cold, the slick wetness on the back of his head. Gritting his teeth, he slowly opened his eyes, blinking away a flurry of fresh snowflakes and squinting as he twisted his head left and right. He was in front of the main gate, as much as he could, restricted in his movement by his tied arms. Raglan tilted his head back to check their handiwork. Over a supporting beam, the townfolk had secured a hanging rope and had hung him by the wrists. Raglan wondered then why they hadn't just killed him or thrown him into some basement somewhere. Then he had a horrible realization. They were going to use him as bait, or a warning. If he was telling a lie, he would continue to hang and die within a day from exposure. If he was telling the truth, he would be the first to be killed. He wriggled and decided to try and turn himself. His feet were also tied at the ankles, but he found that if he extended them as far as possible, the toe of his boots just found purchase on the ground. As luck would have it, he had full mobility to spin, but was simply met by the wooden surface of the gate, inches from his face. He turned back again and noticed a figure a short distance away, hands in their pockets, watching him. It was David.
"Well done,"
Raglan said.
"You've just killed your town. Does your dick feel big yet?"
The forced chuckle introduced him to a new agony as sharp pain lanced his ribs. He groaned loudly, twisting in his bonds. This drew a laugh from David.
"The folk did a real number on you, Gramps. Deserved more, but Marley said we'd made our point."
Raglan believed him. Now more awake, his body felt beat to hell.
"Look, David, I don't give a shit if you hate me, but just arm your people and get them ready. These cannibals aren't going to come knocking politely."
Shh. David walked up to Raglan and pulled down on his legs. Raglan clenched his jaw as the rope cut into his wrists. It was all he could do not to give David the satisfaction of groaning in pain.
"No, we won't be doing any of that."
Raglan noticed he had a new handgun holstered on his left side and a shotgun in his right hand. An uneasy feeling filled him then. What had happened?
"Where's Marley?"
Raglan asked, worry overriding his pain.
"What have you done?"
David laughed, resting the shotgun back onto his shoulder nonchalantly.
"None of your fucking business. But we've got her holed up safe. That's all you need to know."
"What are you trying to pull here, dickhead?"
A smirk.
"That's not the way to speak to the new mayor, now, is it?"
"What?"
"That's right, asshole. Bakerstown is under new leadership. Letting you live was the final straw for a lot of people, and when I called a vote, well, as you can see, we're under new management. Her last order was to hang you like a piñata. I wanted to kill you straight up, but I figure it's going to be a lot more fun watching you go like this. So we decided to leave you hanging."
"Where's Kit?"
"Oh, don't you worry about Kit," he said with a sly smile. "She's safe and sound,
unlike Alex. Shame about him. I guess Kit will need a shoulder to cry on.
I don't like that tone.
Too fucking bad, David spat. He stepped close enough to Raglan so his whisper could be heard over the wind. She's all grown up now. Maybe I'll be the lucky one to make an honest woman out of her. Raglan thrashed against the rope, and David stepped hastily away. Settle down, Gramps. Do me a favor. Be alive in the morning, and I'll tell you all about it. You son of a bitch, get back here. David laughed and pulled the gates open, slipping inside. Sleep tight, old man. The thought of Kit being accosted by David kept him awake for hours. But eventually, the numbing freeze of the night stole him from the land of the conscious. Raglan slipped into darkness again, not knowing if he'd ever wake. Muffled voices from above and around him began to rouse him from sleep, followed very quickly by the sensation of falling. Hands caught him and eased him to the ground. It was still dark, and Raglan couldn't make out who had cut him down.
Jesus,
he heard a voice whisper. He's half dead. We've got to move, quick. Rahul had better keep his word, another voice replied. 1, 2, 3, lift. Raglan felt his body grow weightless again as he was picked up. He tried to speak, but nothing worked. His jaw felt as though it was locked, and his throat was useless. He will. Just move. We're screwed if we're seen, said the first voice. The second voice replied. Yep. Shit, he's heavy. Raglan listened to their voices for as long as he could, but holding on to consciousness felt like trying to grip an icy ledge over a dark chasm. Once more, he tumbled into the abyss.
33.
He's waking. The crackle of a fire and its incredible heat enticed Raglan to roll over to face it. He winced at the aches this drew from his body, but fire or not, he still shivered uncontrollably. Cold, he muttered, and drew the blanket tighter around himself and tried to roll towards the flaming logs again. A hand grabbed him and rolled him back. Steady there, old mate. You don't want to be that toasty, believe me. Raglan coughed and turned his face up to see the smiling visage of Simon. He felt a wave of emotions cascade over him. Gratitude, relief, and then dread. He sat upright with the cook's assistance. His head throbbed, and his body was crying for rest. But rest would have to wait. Lamplight and the roaring fire illuminated a few dozen faces. Townsfolk, crammed into what looked like a small living room, were resting on sofa arms, the edges of tables, and even on the floor. All eyes were fixed on him. What's going on? Raglan asked. He shifted in an attempt to get to his numb feet, but gave up quickly. How long had he been hanging in the cold? Raglan checked the windows and noticed a thick layer of snow along the windowsills. They had almost certainly saved his life. He was sure he wouldn't have survived another hour. A rebellion. It was Kit's voice. He looked around, and she knelt by his side, putting a warm hand on his shoulder. David's gone too far. He forced a vote, but his goons had already threatened a lot of the people who would have voted for Marley. We're not backing a bully, and with your help we'll focus on the cannibals, then deal with him. It wasn't the content of what she said that struck Raglan deeply, but the mature tone of it. She sounded different, which, he figured, was just about right for someone who had come so close to death. Also, for someone who had lost someone important to them. Raglan could see a steely resilience in her eyes. She wanted to fight. He cast his gaze around the room and recognized many of their faces. Simon was next to him, sitting on the floor. Elsewhere he spotted Rahul, Viola, the couple from the florist shop, and a fair few more he'd worked with on the farm. Sang was there too, and that was a big deal, considering he was part of David's group. He nodded to them. "Thank you for saving me. How much time has passed since I was—" Simon gripped his shoulder. "Just a few hours. Any longer and you'd have been dead." The response came from Rahul, the stern-looking blacksmith of the town who had been tough to align with. He trusted few, and Raglan recalled he'd failed to gain that before leaving. A stoic figure, Raglan gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Reaching out to the equally tall man, he shook Rahul's hand. "Last time I saw you, you were pointing a rifle at me. Thanks for not shooting. I'm guessing this is your place?" Rahul didn't take his eyes off Raglan. His thick brows cast a deep shadow over his brown eyes. He nodded. "Sorry about that. It was a mad rush to the gate when you and Kit showed up. Not much time for thinking, or I'm guessing Marley would have played it differently. Yeah, it's my place. Serves our purposes right now, I figure." "So, where is Marley?" "David has her under house arrest," Kit replied. She stood, too, and crossed her arms. "We need to stop David and his thugs." Raglan shook his head. "There will be time for that, but not now." Kit frowned and shook her head. "No, we don't know what they're doing to her." "You saw what I saw, Kit. Saw what's coming. It'll be far worse, and we need to get ready, now." "But how are we supposed to fight off cannibals with David and his supporters ready to shoot us in the back?" Murmured questions filled the room. Finally able to feel his numb toes, Raglan stood and held up his hands for silence. "I'll bait them." "Bait them? How?" "Well, I'm assuming they've taken the school, right?" Simon jerked his head up. "How did you know?" He shrugged. "It's what I would have done. Central location, multiple rooms, second story. And only 2 exits that can be guarded." A man spoke up from the other side of the room. Raglan craned his head and spotted Clint, one of their teachers. Beside him stood Erica. "It's true," Erica chimed in. "And there's a stock of food there as well." "Perfect," Raglan said, surprised to see them both here. Apparently, Marley still had a lot of respect and support in the town. "So, my plan is to bait David and his followers, so they don't have a choice but to join us and fight the cannibals." Many questions were fired at him at once, and he held up his hand. "I'll show you." He turned to the fire, grabbed a few small ornaments from the mantelpiece, and began setting them on the floorboards. School, gate, stores. Everyone crowded in and stared down at his crude representation of Bakerstown. "Now, strategy is key, with fewer numbers. You're going to have to dig deep, perhaps exhaust your supplies, but if you want to live, you won't have a choice." He met everyone's eyes and then was distracted by Claire, standing in the doorway. Something unspoken passed between them, and she nodded. "We need to set traps. Rahul, how many do you have?" "A few bear traps and some wire snares I could set. With more time, I could have done pit traps too, but the ground is too hard anyway." Raglan nodded. "Get everything you have. Set them in the grass and areas running along the main road from the gate. Once they breach the gate, we go medieval on their asses and pour fuel, kerosene, oil, basically anything flammable over them and light it up. In their panic to avoid the fire, they'll branch out to the flanks, which is where the traps will come into play." Nods of approval met his plan, but Rahul held up a finger. "We still don't have nearly enough for the numbers you spoke of. Not for 200. Sorry, old man." Raglan smiled. "We won't need 200.
but everything that can thin their numbers and make life uncomfortable for them is valuable. Now we need archers and shooters on the roofs on either side of the avenue. Start firing as soon as they are past the fire. Between the fire, the traps, and the shooters, we should have them reeling. To top it off, we need people inside the buildings that line the street with any weapons they can get their hands on to clean up stragglers looking to flank hard on either side. Our objective here is to bottleneck and hopefully do enough damage to turn them on their heels. I need one person stationed about half a mile down the road. If I've judged it right, that army will be knocking on the gates within 2 hours, and we need a signal to know when they're close. Sang, can you do that?
Sure, what signal? Raglan pondered this for a moment. A gunshot?
No, said Rahul.
I have an old flare gun that will do the job.
Really? Okay, even better.
What about you?
Simon inquired. I'll be here, Raglan said, and pointed at a space between an upturned cup representing the school and the line of items representing the buildings on Main Avenue. I will set myself across the way from the school, and when we see the signal, I'll bait David and the others across onto Main Avenue and lead them towards the gate. If we time it right, they'll have no option but to join our fight.
I'm coming with you, said Kit.
No, it's too dangerous.
Exactly. If you bait them, what exactly is going to stop David or one of his goons from just shooting you?
I'll be able to
outrun a bullet? Put up a hand and stop it?
She crossed her arms.
No, I'm coming with you, and I'll be sticking real close. He's mean and dumb, but even David's not stupid enough to risk shooting me.
He saw there was no arguing with her, and the idea actually made sense. Fine, but you'll do everything I tell you when I tell you.
Sure thing, Gramps,
Kit said with a mischievous smile. People whispered amongst themselves. Fingers pointed at the representation of Bakerstown. Raglan's eyes met with a few who looked vaguely confident, but most of them were just plain terrified. The heat of the fire at his back had done wonders to thaw out his joints. He rubbed his hands together. We have to get moving now. Simon, get the fuel and set up the trap on the gate. Rahul, get the traps placed. Viola?
You called, dearest?
Raglan smirked.
Sure did. If anyone can rally people together for their positions on either side of the avenue, it'll be you. If you think he can be trusted, you should warn your brother Travis and tell him to watch for the flare. Only if you think he can be trusted not to spill his guts to David, though. She nodded gravely. All right. Come on, everyone. Let's get to it. Come on. Rahul's small house filled with the scutter of feet as people dispersed, readying themselves for what Raglan felt would be a bloody battle. Most of them didn't know it yet, but they were about to face the biggest test of their lives. He looked back down at the representation of the town, checking to see if he had missed anything, when Rahul handed him a 12-gauge shotgun that looked like it was fresh out of the box, along with a box of shells. Here, he said. I've been saving it for a rainy day. He paused. Or snowy. Kit sidled up to them and admired it.
Wow, Rahul. This is like the prettiest thing I've seen. Did you give it a name?
No. Raglan pumped it just to ensure the chamber remained empty. He trusted Rahul, but he'd promised himself a long time ago to be almost religious with his gun etiquette. Very nice. Hope you don't need it, but when you're done, I'd like her back. I'm attached to the old girl. Raglan chuckled. Thought you didn't name guns. I don't, but this one has always been a she. Kit nodded in approval.
Nice.
Time to go, Kit. Is it as bad as you say? Rahul asked. Raglan nodded. Worse, Rahul. Just do what you can. The blacksmith cracked his knuckles and gestured to his hammer, leaning against the mantelpiece. I plan to. The sun, just beginning to peek over the horizon, was hidden behind heavy gray clouds. It aided Kit and Raglan as they skirted the edges of buildings, keeping to the shadows and out of sight. He had his bow over his shoulder and the shotgun in hand. Kit had her bow. Before they had set out, Kit had urged Raglan to have a mug of the coffee Simon brewed after they had decided on their course of action. He didn't have to be asked twice. The steaming black liquid worked its magic within a few minutes, and he felt energy wash away the ravages of the frozen night. As they made their way up the main avenue, Raglan spotted their people on either side, getting into place. They were quiet and efficient, and unless someone was specifically looking, they wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Raglan finally ushered Kit into the alley that cut through to 2nd Street and the vacant block opposite the school. In the shadows of the temporary shelters that were used to cover street stalls for the markets there every Saturday, they settled down to wait. "I need you to know, things are going to get ugly," he said to her.
"I know that, old man. I'm still here, right?"
"Yes, but we might have to do some ugly things to get the rest of the town to follow." Kit took a deep breath.
"I'm not sitting back, idle, and letting Alex's sacrifice mean nothing. If that means we have to kill David or someone else I know, then so be it."
"Good," he nodded. Raglan looked back to Main Avenue and spied shapes on the roofs of the stores and a couple of shadows in windows. The preparation seemed to be going smoothly. Kit leaned over to him.
"How are we going to lure—"
Almost as if she'd been overheard, the main doors to the schoolhouse opened, and David stepped out with Travis and Blackbeard and another man whose name Raglan didn't know. The men were talking quietly, their breath pluming in the cold morning air. 3 doors down from where Raglan and Kit waited, a figure emerged from Jack's butcher shop. It was Viola. She stepped out onto the sidewalk and began walking confidently towards the 4 men. She was within 10 feet and had called out to her brother when a flare shot into the air, casting them all in a brief crimson glow. "What the hell?" he heard David say. There was nothing for it. Now was the time. He turned to Kit. "Okay, let's make ourselves known. When I say run, we run, and we don't stop. Got it?"
"Got it."
With Kit following, Raglan stood up and strode into the middle of the road and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Should have made the knot tighter, David." Stunned, David, Travis, and the other 2 turned to the pair in the street. Then David began fumbling for his pistol. Raglan raised his shotgun, and Kit her bow, an arrow nocked and at the ready. The school door opened, and more of the townsfolk spilled out, all holding weapons and curious about the commotion. The flare faded out, and Raglan fancied he heard roars and yells on the wind. "Maybe you best finish the job," Raglan called, and pumped a shell into the chamber before firing over their heads. David and the rest ducked for cover, some scrambling back inside. He saw Viola rush to Travis and whisper something harshly in his ear. There was no time to wait for his response. "Run, Kit!" Raglan yelled, and bolted into the alley with Kit hot on his heels. "After them!" roared David. 34. Chests heaving and legs and arms pumping, Kit and Raglan tore through to Main Avenue. Kit's idea to stay close had been a good one. Even David wasn't willing to take a shot for risk of hitting her. They would chase until they could get her hands on them. Raglan just had to hope that by that time the horde would be on their way to the gate. He needn't have worried. He heard the roaring and baying of the mad army a second before Kit called, "They're already here." They rounded the final bend to the gate, and in the distance, he saw Charlie and Rufus sending arrow after arrow into the baying crowd beyond the gate. Despite their best efforts, the gates were bulging inwards. Large pieces of it had been hacked away by axes, and in the jagged holes, feral zombs tried to claw their way through while their masters continued to work at the gate. Clint, the mild-mannered teacher, came from nowhere and began hacking with a tomahawk at the scrawny arms reaching through the gaps. He was screaming with anger and had some success, leaving the ground around him splattered with blood and fingers and hands, until a plank above him broke inward, and a zom, wild with hunger, squeezed through,
landing on Clint's shoulders and tearing out his throat with a vicious jerk of its head. Blood spurted into the air as the big man fell to his knees, the cannibal still on him, its mouth full of flesh. "No!" Kit cried, sending an arrow clean through the air and into the cannibal's flank, eliciting a squeal of agony. "Stop now!" yelled a voice behind them, followed by a loud gunshot. Raglan put his hands up and, with Kit, turned as David and his enormous number of followers stalked towards them, clearly unaware of what was just around the bend, although some looked curiously at each other, trying to work out what the din coming from the gate meant. Only a few had guns. If he didn't resolve this quickly, his worst fears had come true, and all of them would be fodder for what was about to come through the gate. "They're here! Can't you hear?" Raglan roared, and began walking backwards towards the gate as they rushed towards him. Finally, in sight of the gate, the group halted. "Oh my God!" a woman screamed, pointing at the dying teacher. "You let this happen, David, but it's up to you all now to fight." The blood had drained from David's face, and he flinched as an almighty blow impacted the gate. It was followed quickly by another, as a Zom slithered through the widening gap and bounded on all fours towards Raglan and Kit. Kit's scream gave Raglan enough time to whirl around and fire the shotgun. It took the Zom in the throat, blowing its head clean off, the carcass crumpling into a heap at his feet as the head rolled across the road, coming to rest at David's feet. One of the men vomited violently as their leader's mouth hung open. "Believe us now?" He stuttered. "This can't—" Before he could get another word out, another boom rocked the gate, this time sending what was left of the heavy doors crashing inward. The gates of Bakerstown were breached, and leading the charge into the town were the feral, deliberately starved Zoms. "No!" roared Simon. "Move back!" Raglan shouted, as he and Kit ran back towards their erstwhile pursuers. David and those of his group that hadn't yet run saw what was happening as Simon, Charlie, and Rufus began tipping buckets of fuel and oil off the wall and over the invaders, dousing a dozen or more below. The cannibals coughed, choked, and staggered away as Simon dropped a wad of burning cloth onto the soaked ground under the archway. With a whoomp, the flames shot up and engulfed them all, pursuing the ones not immediately consumed like a vengeful monster. The air was filled with screams and the stench of burning flesh. All too soon the flames died down, and more cannibals of both types replaced the ones who had been neutralized. "Shit!" Kit screamed, and began firing her arrows. "Fight!" Raglan cried at the top of his lungs and charged forward, blowing a hole through the chest of a cannibal, making a beeline for Kit. Another, this one tall and carrying a rifle, ran at him while raising the weapon, but Raglan beat him to the shot, blowing out his kneecap and smashing the butt of his shotgun into his face as he fell. He had barely swung around when something heavy crashed into him from behind, knocking him to the ground and the air from his lungs. "Meat!" screamed his scrawny but powerful assailant, his rotten breath warm and foul on Raglan's face. It was all he could do to keep the man's serrated teeth from his neck as he wrestled fruitlessly, trying to free the shotgun. His attacker smiled as he slowly won the tussle, his teeth inching closer to Raglan's vulnerable throat, when suddenly a piece of metal sprouted from his mouth, then vanished just as quickly. The cannibal gurgled, then collapsed on top of him. Raglan groaned, rolled the body off him, and stood up to discover a pale David holding a long, bloody knife in his hand. "Thank you." David didn't answer. He was now apparently occupied with a singular goal, and just turned to shoot and cut at more cannibals as they poured into the town. More fights were breaking out around him as David's followers, including Blackbeard and Travis, joined the fight for their town, mowing down cannibals with their guns. To his left, he heard the sharp snap of metal, followed by a horrible scream, and turned to see a cannibal writhing on the ground, clutching the stump of their leg, the remains, from the shin down, clamped in a bear trap. A gore-covered Rahul appeared next to him, obliterating the face of another Zom with his big hammer,
before he pointed to the rooftops. Raglan followed his gaze and saw Viola and a line of others, even Odin, readying their arrows. It was time for the third prong of their defense. "Fall back! Fall back!" The townsfolk turned to run. Raglan turned to make sure they had everyone, and saw Charlie, Rufus, and Simon sprinting from the shadows after coming back down the ladders. The flow of cannibals had slowed as they became more circumspect about the danger inside the gates, and the little group were almost to him, Simon in front, followed by Charlie and Rufus, 10 feet behind. The boys were whooping, clearly invigorated by the fight and their part in it, when Rufus tripped over the arm of a charred corpse. Charlie ran on before he realized, then turned back. "No!" Raglan screamed. "Keep going! I'll get him!" Charlie didn't listen, running back and reaching down for Rufus, who looked up thankfully and took his hand. The expression on his face didn't change when the arrow thudded into the back of his skull. Charlie screamed as his dead friend's hand slipped from his, and Raglan let off a shot in the direction the arrow had come from. He reached Charlie and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. The hysterical kid fought him and tried to get Rufus up. Raglan's heart sank. He had anticipated casualties, but seeing the familiar face of one so young, dead on the ground, shook him to the core. "Charlie!" he shouted, tugging him. The young boy, his face stained with tears, jerked himself away eventually, as another arrow whizzed by. Raglan pulled him along, and they retreated up the avenue, weaving side to side to make themselves less of a target.
35.
Raglan, Charlie, Kit, and a handful of others broke into an abandoned store, still a full block and 50 yards short of the school, and began shooting through windows at the cannibals running up the avenue. The sight unnerved him, but it was 100 times worse for the Bakerstown natives. Terror and the vigorous desperation to survive was etched on their faces, but out in the streets, the cannibals armed and in survival gear, the Norms who egged on the Zoms, walked with a fearlessness that felt inhuman. Even as volleys of arrows from the rooftops cut their numbers down, they continued on. Charlie echoed his thoughts. They keep coming," he whimpered. "They're not human." "They are," Raglan replied, as he blew away a Zom who strayed too near the building. "And they die like humans." There was a scream from a building opposite as a group of Norms kicked down the door. Kit took one with an arrow between the shoulder blades, but the other 3 entered, and more screams ensued. A body crashed to the road and lay still on the sidewalk like a rag doll, its head at an unnatural angle. It was Jenny, the archivist. There were cries of horror from the people around him. Raglan turned to Kit, who was ghostly pale, her eyes furtive and wild. The death of Jenny inspired fierce gunfire from the other locals on the rooftops, and a handful still on the street, including David and Rahul. The blacksmith swung the hammer like a demon, caving in the heads of any dumb or careless enough to come within range. Momentarily, the enemy was pushed back. "We have to get to the school. Are you all ready?" Most of them nodded. "Then let's go. Keep low. Follow me." At the back of the store, he knocked open the door, and the small band fled down the back alleyway to a vacant lot that was now used as a marketplace each Saturday. They sheltered under the rickety canvas-covered stalls while Raglan surveyed their next move. A lone Zom cannibal appeared ahead, and Raglan dropped it with an arrow into the eye. No more appeared. "Go!" Raglan led the way, plucking the arrow from the corpse as he went, and knocking it again as they emerged on 2nd Street. The school was now just a 50-yard sprint. I don't think I can." Raglan turned to see one of the younger townsfolk had fallen to his knees. He didn't recognize the man, who stared out across the open street toward the school. Kit put a hand on his shoulder.
"Callum, you can do this. Think about Melissa. Think about your friends, Casey and Fred. They're all there, waiting for you."
In the distance, a shrill scream interrupted her, followed quickly by a burst of gunfire. The man flinched and shot to his feet, ready to flee.
"No,
Kit slapped him hard across the cheek.
Pull it together."
The young man put a hand on his cheek and looked at her with wide eyes.
Finally, he nodded, and Kit turned to Raglan. "Let's do this." Raglan nodded. "When I move, follow me and stay low." The group ran from under the shelter and across the open tarmac, their feet crunching on a scum of dirty snow. There were yells and screeches behind them. They'd been spotted, and the chase was on. Kit and Raglan paused to loose a few arrows at the cannibals emerging from the abandoned marketplace they'd just left. "Run!" Raglan urged, the schoolhouse now just a clear run across the square. Battle cries behind them elicited screams and swearing from their small group, and they broke formation and scattered, their sole destination the school. Raglan was ahead next to Charlie, with Kit just behind them. The rest lagged behind, unable to keep up. As he flew over the icy lawn, Raglan turned his shoulder and charged into the closed doors, knocking them open with a tremendous crash. He was met by the stunned expressions and raised weapons of the townsfolk inside. "Wait! It's us! Get ready to barricade this door!" Raglan turned and ushered everyone through, yelling encouragement. Callum was the straggler of the group and a good 5 paces behind the next to last, but his terrified face relaxed when he began to climb the steps to Raglan. There was a crack of gunfire from further down the street, and suddenly Callum lurched, clawing the air and stumbling through the doorway and into Raglan's arms. His dead weight took them both to the floor. Screams and shrieks grew louder the more gunfire blew splinters from the wall around the doorway. "The doors!" Raglan screamed, pushing Callum off and dragging him into the corridor. Simon and Kit slammed the doors shut while Jack and Erica slid a heavy side table against it. It wouldn't hold forever, but it would buy them time. Raglan faced his fellow survivors, all worn and exhausted. Kit went to Callum and put 2 fingers against his throat before shaking her head. Someone passed her a shirt, which she placed over his face. "What now?" Simon asked. "We try and break down their numbers. Everyone with a bow. Take to the top floor windows and give them hell. Anyone else with a working gun, move desks out into the corridors for cover and stand your ground. Only fire when you have a clear shot." "And us?" Simon asked, raising the wood axe in his hand. "When they come through, we'll engage them at close quarters." As if on cue, thunderous and persistent banging on the doors began. There was a commotion at the rear end of the corridor, and everyone tensed, Raglan stepping forward with his shotgun ready. "It's just us!" It was Marley and David, the latter coated in blood. Kit rushed forward and hugged Marley, who was holding her trusty shotgun. "How?" Marley shot David a look that said there'd be a reckoning at some point. "David, let me out. No time for the whys and wherefores now. What's the situation here, Raglan?" "Guns on the lower floors, archers in the top windows. Anyone with a melee weapon will hold back and assist with barricades and wounded, until, of course, we all have to get our hands dirty. What about the back doors?" David cleared his throat, his pride all but gone. "Barricaded." "Great," Charlie said from behind Raglan, his eyes on the front doors that trembled with heavy blows and had begun to buckle inward. "So we're trapped?" "This is our best bet," said Raglan. "Out in the open, they can separate us like cattle. It might have been different if we'd prepared, but—" He left the thought unspoken. Marley looked down sadly at Callum's body, and then to Raglan. "I'm sorry." Raglan locked his eyes on her. "Too late for regrets now. Let's just do what needs to be done, and hopefully you'll have some pieces of this town left to put back together." "Right," Marley said, taking the hit on the chin. He knew it had stung, but she had the stern, narrowed look of someone keen to rectify her mistakes. So did David. "Where's Rahul?" "I tried to bring him with me," said David, "but he's in some sort of battle-lust trance. Last I saw, he was charging towards the gate." Behind them there was a loud crack, and the doors pushed inwards a little. There was a short reprieve accompanied by thuds and thunks, and the screams of the enemy as a volley of arrows from the top windows rained down on the cannibals trying to knock the doors open. A burst of automatic gunfire put an end to the reprieve.
"Break down that fucking door!"
roared a commanding voice. The doors bulged, finally exploding inwards, sending the table that had been pushed against it and other debris flying.
Feral Zom cannibals scampered over the debris and launched themselves at the defenders. Simon's axe met the first one, splitting the creature's head straight down to the neck. The cannibal fell, and then they were all fighting for their lives.
36.
Raglan's face and beard were hot and wet with blood minutes later as he surveyed the scene. They had been forced deep into the corridor, but had held off the onslaught. Around them, and all the way to the front door, the floor was littered with the corpses of the feral shock troops. While their swarming attack had been effective in the open, the Zoms had not been so effective against a determined, well-armed enemy in confined spaces. Bent over and heaving air into his lungs, he evaluated the other survivors and shared a brief look with Kit, who looked as tired as him and the rest. The onyx necklace had been shaken free of her shirt during the struggles, and the sight of it gave him strength. "If you have any ammo left, reload," he called. But a shadow darkened the doorway as he jammed 2 more shells into his gun. Raglan turned and recognized the cannibal leader holding a military rifle loosely in one hand. His stance was non-threatening.
"Ah, the one that got away,"
said the leader in a sing-song voice. Raglan held up his hand to indicate his group should hold fire. He was curious to hear what he had to say. Charlie missed the signal, or ignored it, and let an arrow loose from the stairway to their left. It embedded itself in the doorframe, barely 8 inches from the cannibal leader's head. He looked at the arrow and smiled.
"Tisk, tisk. I come to parley, and you shoot at me?"
Raglan slowly raised his shotgun until it was pointing at the cannibal's belly. "Say your piece, then."
"All right. Here's my offer. If you surrender now, I'll let the women and children live. You've lost, one way or the other, but at least this way there'll be some survivors, and we won't have to spend weeks plucking bullets from carcasses."
Raglan replied by pumping his shotgun. Without taking his eyes off the leader, he addressed the people behind him. "Fall back down the corridor, to the gymnasium. I'll be right behind you." "No, Raglan, I don't think so," David said, stepping up on his right. Simon, too, stepped up on his left, axe in one hand and a small, snub-nosed pistol in the other. "Yep, no can do," he agreed. "He'll have to come through all of us." Raglan didn't have time to argue, let alone ask the Canadian where the hell he'd gotten that pistol. "Marley, Kit, take the others. Hold the gymnasium." "Raglan, we're not going—" "Do it!" he yelled without looking back, his attention focused on the leader. A gentle hand fell on his shoulder. It was Marley. "Don't die for my mistakes, Joshua." Her use of his first name shocked him. It felt personal. "I won't," he said softly. "Keep them safe." The leader laughed at the display of affection and calm words. Beneath his heavy brow, his eyes glinted with aggression and hunger for death. This man was ready to kill. So was Raglan. The cannibal nodded to someone just out of sight and raised his weapon.
"Fire!"
The corridor descended into chaos as bullets and arrows ripped through the space. Pulverized wood and plaster flew from the walls and ceiling. Raglan crouched behind a stack of overturned lockers. Simon and David did the same on the other side. The leader scurried out of the doorway after unleashing a volley of bullets, the first time Raglan had seen him show any urgency. "I'm out," called Simon, and the others responded in kind. The drifter began to reload, but knew a sustained push by the cannibals would probably overwhelm them. Raglan heard screams of attack and meat outside as he pumped the shotgun. Swarms of armed cannibal men and women, a mix of Zoms and Norms, rushed in through the door. "Retreat!" Raglan yelled as he and David fired into the frontrunners. 4 cannibals went down, slowing the others. David walked backwards, shooting and following his retreating people.
Hold the big one for me,
the booming voice of the leader called as he entered the hallway, his rifle at his shoulder. David put down 2 more, but Raglan needed to reload. "Keep going," he called to David as a bullet whizzed by his head. He ran through the open doorway to his left. It was Erica's classroom. He shut and locked the door and rested his back against it as he pulled 2 more shells from the rapidly dwindling supply in his pocket. Freshly reloaded, he pumped the shotgun and turned to face the small square window in the door. The leader was leering in at him. They fired simultaneously. The cannibal's round pierced the door in a spray of splinters and hit him in the thigh, while his blasted a large hole in the door, catching the leader in the upper right arm. Raglan reeled back, clutching his thigh as the door was kicked in. Another round hit him in the shoulder. He fell back onto a kid's desk as his shotgun clattered to the timber floor. The drifter pushed against the desk and turned, wincing in pain as he put weight on his wounded leg, but he was determined to stand tall as he faced death. The pentagram carved into the leader's forehead stood out starkly against his pale, pained face. His right arm was a bloody mess, but he had switched the rifle to his left and held it one-handed, finger on the trigger. Raglan stared defiantly at the cannibal, who forced a smile as he aimed the barrel of the weapon at his face. The dry click of the empty magazine saw the smile fade as quickly as it had appeared, and with the reprieve, Raglan lunged at him. The cannibal leader could do little to avoid Raglan, but managed to raise his knee and bury it into his side, knocking the wind out of him. They fell to the floor, with the leader managing to roll on top of Raglan, bringing his rifle around and jamming the still warm barrel against his throat, pressing it down with his good hand and the elbow of his mangled arm. Blood splattered Raglan as he attempted to push the weapon off his throat with his good arm. It was no use. The cannibal had the ascendancy, and his 2 wounds meant Raglan didn't have the strength to fight him off. Black motes began to swim in his vision as his eyeballs bulged. The gunmetal slowly crushed his larynx. The leader's eyes glared at him, ravenous and determined, his blood-stained, sharpened teeth bared by his rictus sneer.
"Oh, yes,"
said the cannibal as he saw the light in his victim's eyes begin to fade.
"I'm going to enjoy eating your girl. The one you care for. So young, so lean. She'll be a meal to savor."
Rage ignited in Raglan's fading consciousness. With a supreme effort, he rolled his hips, slightly unbalancing the cannibal, and smashed his knee up between his legs. The leader screamed, and the pressure on his throat eased. Seizing the moment, Raglan reached up, put a big hand over the back of the cannibal's head, and pulled it down as he propelled his own head upward, his forehead savagely meeting it. The cannibal's nose shattered with a loud crunch, and he fell off Raglan, clutching his face, blood pouring through his fingers. The drifter clambered to his feet, his head reeling, and took a moment to steady himself. Too late, the dazed cannibal grasped the threat of the man standing over him, and he used his good arm to try and get up, but slipped on his own blood, falling to his side and holding up a hand for mercy.
"No mercy for you,"
grated Raglan, before kicking the cannibal in the jaw with his steel-capped boot. The gargled scream through his broken jaw was surprisingly loud, and as he rolled away, clutching his ruined face, Raglan picked up the rifle, gripped it by the barrel, and smashed the stock over the back of the leader's skull. The man collapsed, face first, into the floor, moaning. Raglan struck him again. The moaning stopped. Then again, and again, and again, until the man's head was an unrecognizable, pulpy mess. Raglan stopped, finally, then leaned on the bloody rifle, heaving deep breaths, wiping sweat and blood from his eyes. Distant screams and a gunshot sent a shot of adrenaline through him. Kit! Unarmed except for his knife, drained of energy and wounded, Raglan staggered down the blood-soaked corridor to the rear of the school and the gymnasium. Bodies and parts were strewn everywhere. Most of the dead were cannibals,
but a well of sadness opened when he saw the butcher, Jack, dead with a meat cleaver embedded in his chest. Next to him lay a girl he didn't recognize, missing an arm. Bastards. The heavy double doors to the gymnasium were closed, and a skinny cannibal, naked from the waist up and with a badly broken leg, was struggling to push them open. Raglan stepped up to him, put a knife against the back of his neck, and slit it between the wretch's C3 and C4 vertebrae. He fell to the floor without so much as a sigh, and the drifter put his good shoulder against the doors and pushed, struggling to move the dead weight behind it. He fell through the opening onto the dead bodies of the fallen cannibals and locals, then struggled to his feet as he took in the scene before him. Up in the bleachers, he saw Viola, her face drained and holding her bloody side. Next to her, David aimed at the small crowd on the floor of the gym, trying to get a clear shot. Raglan followed his gaze and saw a stunning sight. It was the giant cannibal whose twin he'd killed barely 2 weeks before. He was the eye of a storm. The bodies of townspeople and other cannibals alike lay around him like wheat that had been scythed. In one hand he wielded a baseball bat wrapped tightly in barbed wire, in the other an axe. The cannibal was surrounded, but had evened the odds rapidly. Near the basketball hoop, Raglan spied Kit, who, like David, was trying to get a shot with what looked to be her last arrow. Closer in was Marley, who swung an inadequate broomstick bravely but ineffectually. Simon, Charlie, Blackbeard, and several others harried the giant with handheld weapons. "Give me a shot," Kit yelled. But the remaining defenders, darting this way and that to stay out of his long reach, meant it was all but impossible. Simon, to the giant's left, ducked beneath a swinging blow of his axe and lunged, burying his own small axe into the giant's left arm. The cannibal howled and swung the bat at the already retreating cook, striking him hard in the chest and sending him soaring and crashing into the front row seats. "No!" Raglan cried. Everyone froze and looked over at him as his wounded leg gave way. The cannibal shot him a shark's grin. "Oh, it's you again. Fight gone out of you, hey? I will enjoy this." The words weren't quite out of his mouth when Blackbeard, taking advantage of the distraction, darted in, slashing his knife at the cannibal's lower back. The cannibal dodged it and turned, and with a downward swing of his axe, cleaved David's lieutenant's head open to the bridge of his nose. The big Bakerstown local collapsed to the floor, his dead weight pulling the axe handle from the giant's grip. Blackbeard's gruesome sacrifice gave Kit the opening she needed, and she released her arrow. It whistled through the air and struck the cannibal just below his left shoulder blade. He shrieked and spun around, pawing at the arrow as he looked for his tormentor. He saw Kit and forgot about the arrow. "You!" he growled. "I'll eat you alive!" Kit let her bow fall from her shoulder and pulled a knife from her boot as he charged. Marley tried to block him, but he palmed her away, sending her hard onto her back and skidding over the polished floorboards, now slick with blood. "Kit!" Raglan gasped, watching on helplessly. The giant swung the deadly bat in a big, overhanded arc, but the nimble girl evaded it, stepping lightly to the side. The giant swung again, and she ducked away, the base of the bat missing her face by a mere inch. David attempted another shot from the bleachers, but missed, and the giant swung again and again, becoming frustrated at the elusive girl. Clearly tiring with the effort, Raglan saw blood dripping from his mouth, and knew the arrow deep in his back had almost certainly pierced a lung. Then, with a final lunge, Kit ducked under another wild swing of the bat, and with a move Raglan had shown her, stepped in close to his unprotected flank, and buried her knife to the hilt just under the giant's ribcage. Like quickfire, she pulled it free and danced away, slicing his thigh as she went. David, Marley, Raglan, and the rest watched in awe as the gigantic cannibal fell to one knee, clutching the open wound in his belly. He lifted the bat one more time and swung weakly at his tiny tormentor. He missed, and as he tried to catch his balance, Kit darted in, and with a wicked, full-armed swing,
sliced the man's throat open. Kit rolled away from him as he dropped the bat and clutched at the mortal wound, the blood pouring from the wide gash and already pooling in a red lake beneath him. 5 seconds later, like a felled oak, he crashed face first onto the floor and didn't move again. Kit stood panting, her hands shaking as the adrenaline began to wear off, and looked over to the drifter, where he lay prone on the bodies of the dead. "Raglan!" she cried, and ran towards him. She was only 3 feet away when a hand surfaced from the pile of bodies and grabbed her ankle. Her mouth was a perfect O of surprise as she fell, and the concealed cannibal lunged and grabbed her hair, ripping her head back to expose her throat. Raglan saw the glint of a blade in its hand. Kate flinched, but suddenly the cannibal squawked briefly and fell onto her, his eyes lifeless. There was an arrow embedded in the back of his skull. Confused, she turned to the doors, as did the quickly fading Raglan and the rest of the survivors. Alex, one side of his scalp and face coated in blood, but looking as alive as she could ever remember, lowered his bow and looked around, slowly taking in the carnage. "Alex!" Kit screamed, as she clambered out from under the cannibal and rushed over to him, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Did I miss much?" he said, smiling and rubbing her back. "A whole lot," she said, pulling away and looking into his face. "But I can't fault your timing." Raglan grinned through the pain. As far as surprised went, it didn't get much better than Alex appearing alive and well in time to save his love. He began to climb to his feet again when a wave of nausea knocked him back on his haunches. "Shit! Raglan!" Kit, with Alex trailing her, rushed over to him. She knelt at Raglan's side, quickly inspecting his wounds. "We need to find Claire," she cried. "He's been shot. I saw her down the street. She and a few others are helping the wounded." "The cannibals?" Raglan grasped. "Dead or fleeing. The fight went out of them when one came out screaming about the leader being dead." Raglan nodded. "I'll get Claire," he said, and gently squeezed Raglan's shoulder. "It's good to see you again, old man." His mouth opened to speak, but instead his eyeballs rolled up in his head. "He's passed out. Hurry," said Kit. Raglan drifted out of unconsciousness once. The world was swaying gently, and Claire's beautiful face hovered above his. "Well done, cowboy. We've got you now," she said with a smile, before everything faded to black again.
37. Raglan sat on the wooden porch outside Marley's house, soaking in the afternoon sun. It was a clear day, but the faint smell of smoke tickled his nostrils. He ached all over, and the bandages over and around his wounds pinched. Both hands were wrapped tight around a mug of coffee, and he sipped the scalding black liquid gingerly. Footsteps creaked behind him. "Morning, sunshine. Touch and go yesterday. How are you feeling now?" Marley sat down beside Raglan on the bench and took a sip of her own coffee. "You reckon this is the last of Simon's batch?" Raglan asked, deflecting. "Probably," she said. "Shame. How is he?" "Bruised and punctured. 2 broken ribs, according to Claire, and he needed some stitches where the barbed wire tore his skin." Raglan shook his head. "Must be a tough bastard. That would have killed a lesser man. What about you? That was quite the hit you took." Marley lifted a thigh and patted her rump. "Lucky. I have plenty of padding. Just a bump on my head." This drew a chuckle from Raglan, and he realized it was the first time he'd laughed in at least a week. The two settled into an easy silence.
After a few minutes, Marley put a hand on his leg.
I owe you... We owe you a debt, Ragland. And an apology. You were right all along, and I was stupid to think we could negotiate our way out of a fight. We'll never be able to repay you.
He shook his head. No need.
I mean it. I want to repay you.
He sighed and looked down into the black liquid as he swirled it gently. Just rebuild. Live like you have been, but be ready. We don't live in an ideal world anymore, no matter how much time goes by and makes you think it's okay. There's death around every corner. You need to lead your people through it and not bury your head in the sand.
Well, the thing is, she said, I don't see the town accepting me as leader again. They followed me all these years, put their lives in my hands, but my failure to see the danger of the cannibals and letting David pull the wool over my eyes means I lost their faith. David agreed to step down so there can be another proper vote in a month. But how can I rebuild that trust before then?
One day at a time. He took a deeper swig of his coffee, turned, and was shocked to see tears falling down the mayor's face.
I was so desperate to believe the world outside didn't exist anymore.
Then I came knocking to remind you, Raglan replied grimly. Don't blame yourself for wishing the world a better place. What's done is done.
I suppose.
They won't forgive quickly, nor will they forget, but if you're patient and follow your common sense, you'll win them back. Marley wiped her face with the back of her sleeve.
I probably don't deserve it, but I'll try. I believe in Bakerstown.
Good. They sat and talked until well after their coffee was finished. Marley told him about the cleanup they'd started yesterday, piling the cannibal corpses and burning them through the night. What about the dead townsfolk? Marley's eyes misted again.
They'll be buried over the next few days. And then we're having a memorial for everyone in a week.
Raglan nodded and then rose slowly, using the crutch Rahul had fashioned him for his recuperation. Thanks for having me. Your place sure beats the Creaky as a recovery room. I'm going to lay down again. Doctor's orders, you know. Marley laughed gently.
Take all the time you need. I'm not kicking you out ever again.
His shoulder healed more quickly than his thigh, but within a week he was able to walk without the crutch and was only left with a slight limp.
You're lucky the bullet flattened out when it passed through the door.
It was messy but stopped short of bone and nerves, Claire said, doing a final check of the leg wound, which had crusted over nicely. He had made his way over to her office without the crutch.
You're also lucky that the bullet to the shoulder went straight through the deltoid. Only missed your joint by a matter of half an inch.
Yep, lucky me, he said wryly. She laughed and turned away to throw the old dressings in the trash can.
So, what are your plans?
She asked quietly, still facing away from him. He didn't answer for a few beats, suddenly feeling like an awkward teenager. I guess, if you give me the go-ahead, I'll head out day after tomorrow. Her shoulders were stiff as she turned back around.
Oh, sure. You're good to go, if that's what you want.
He didn't know how to read her. Her tone was offended, but her words were encouraging. Okay, good. Claire.
Yep, good, okay. Well, I have stuff to do.
He shook his head,
puzzled. "Okay, I guess I'll see you later." "Maybe," she said flatly.
Odin, alongside David, who seemed to have had a genuine turnaround, fashioned a series of crosses to mark those who had fallen in defense of Bakerstown. There were too many for the small graveyard. Too many for such a small town to have to bear. Rahul melted down scrap metal and cast nameplates for every single cross, and when it was all done, Raglan walked the rows with all the townsfolk on the day of the memorial. Marley's eulogy mentioned every one of the dead by name. She was eloquent and passionate, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house by the time she'd finished. Raglan knew with that one speech she'd done a lot to restore the faith she had been certain was gone forever. There was a large outdoor celebration afterwards. Beer and moonshine flowed, but Raglan made his way out of the warmth and light to walk the empty streets. With his thick coat drawn tight, Raglan found the florist, Fred, sweeping snow from the door. The man nodded, but there was no smile forthcoming. "I'm leaving tomorrow," he said. "I wanted to ask how you were." Fred shrugged, his gaze frozen on a patch of the road next to Raglan. "Not great. Casey's gone. She was my world. I don't—" He stopped and his eyes welled up. Raglan put a hand on the man's shoulder. "I'm sorry for your loss, Fred. Whatever you do, don't stop what you have here. The flowers. We all need that something extra to give our lives color again. And you and Casey brought a lot of color to this town. Not just with flowers." "Yeah, you're right," Fred said, wiping his eyes. "So, where are you headed after? I don't suppose you care to stay behind." "No," Raglan replied. "My place is on the road." "Does it have to be? I know a certain someone who I suspect would like to see you stay." Raglan looked at him curiously. "Maybe so," he said gruffly, "but Kit will forget me after a while. She's young." "Oh, it wasn't Kit I was talking about." "Never mind me. I'm just being an old gossip. Have a good night." With that, he turned around and headed back inside, leaving Raglan with an eyebrow raised, staring after him. After the discussion, Raglan made his way back to the noise of the celebrations. The question of Claire was playing on his mind, and he wasn't comfortable leaving the next morning on the note they'd finished on. Was it her that Fred had been referring to? The first group he saw was a bunch of familiar faces, the ones he'd begun to think of as the leadership group of the town. A sore and sorry Simon, Kit and Alex, Marley and Rahul. Missing was Claire, Viola, still recovering at home from a shallow stab wound, and, thankfully, David. Raglan wasn't ready to forgive past transgressions as easily as some of the others. The group was in good spirits, fueled somewhat, he suspected, by alcohol. "Joshua," Marley called. "Come join us." Still not in the mood for partying, he reluctantly joined them and accepted the tankard of beer that was thrust into his hand. "Go on, Alex. Tell us the end of the story." "Well, you kind of know the rest. I rode in on a white horse and saved the damsel in distress." There was laughter all around, but Kit, who had observed Raglan's troubled face by the firelight, elbowed him. "Finish it properly." Alex sobered. "Sure. Well, I told you how they captured me. I got clubbed over the head. When I woke up, I was slung over the back of a horse, and we were on the move. I guess I'm lucky they were after you almost right away. It meant they didn't have time to make a meal out of me. When they attacked, they left me near the rear, tied to a tree. Stupid them.
They didn't save any for a second wave. They just went all in. Cocky, I guess. It took me an age, but finally I worked my way out of the ropes and freed myself. The fighting was mostly done by then. Rahul was finishing off the last few with his big hammer. Boy, what a sight. How many did you get, Rahul? The smith shrugged, a sheepish look on his face. 23? Alex whistled. Anyway, it was mostly done by the time I arrived, and Claire had already started helping the wounded. They sent me on to the school where, well, you know the rest. They fell into easy chat after that, the swapping of war stories essential to processing the trauma they'd all suffered. So, Marley said finally, it's late, and I think it's time we wrap this up. Joshua, are you sure you won't stay? He stared into the fire for nearly a full minute as their eyes fell on him. You aren't stroking out on me, are you, Gramps? Asked Kit. He smiled. No. Thanks for the offer, but I'll be moving on tomorrow. And this time it'll be for good. There was movement beyond the circle of the fire, and Raglan looked up in time to see Claire walking away. Excuse me, he mumbled, and shot up from the log, heading after her. Claire, wait, please, he called, running to catch up to her. She stopped, but didn't turn around until he put a hand on her upper arm. So even after all this, you're still going? She asked. He nodded, then did something that shocked him as much as it did her. He pulled her into an embrace and kissed her. Even more surprising, she kissed him back. Long, absent feelings rose inside him as they kissed, and when they finally parted, both panting for breath, he leaned his forehead against hers. Come with me. She pushed him gently away so she could look into his eyes. You know I can't. Why? I'm the town medic, the only one qualified. You stay. I can't. I'm a rambling man, Claire. I need to keep moving, but I want you by my side. In a stalemate, they stared at each other before Claire finally spoke. Tell you what. You go and ramble around the countryside. But I want you to come back in a year. In the meantime, I'll train someone up. Kit has expressed an interest, so maybe her. That'll give us both a year to think about what we want. If you are tired of your wandering and still want me, you stay. If you aren't tired of it and I still want you and I have someone to take over, I'll come with you. If you don't come back, well, I guess I'll have my answer. He grinned like a schoolboy who just found out his crush likes him. Deal, he said, thrusting out his hand. Claire, also smiling, batted his hand away and pulled him in for another kiss. Marley made Raglan a breakfast of bacon, eggs, and toast, and a steaming mug of black coffee. That really is the last of Simon's supply, so think yourself lucky. He raised his mug. You didn't need to do this, but thank you. It's nothing. Where did you race off to last night? And what time did you get in? She asked, a glint in her eyes. He shrugged, a coy smile on his face. Fair enough. Marley cleaned up the breakfast dishes as he went upstairs to collect his pack and weapons. I'll see you to the door. I won't come and see you off. Too much to do, she said quietly. Raglan paused on the doorstep, then turned and drew Marley into a hug. Take care, Marley. You too, old man, she said gruffly,
her eyes glistening. "Drop in if you're ever in the neighborhood."
"I might just do that," he said. "So long." She closed the door, and he sighed gently. He was halfway to the gate when a familiar figure emerged from a side street. It was David, leading his horse. He turned when he saw Ragland and headed his way. He hadn't seen much of his nemesis since the battle. He stopped and waited, every nerve in his body jangling, ready to meet any aggression with extreme prejudice. David walked right up to him, but instead of aggression, he offered the reins of his horse to him. Ragland, his hands still by his side, raised both eyebrows. "I want you to have her," the hunter said, "as payment for all the trouble I caused you." "I don't need a horse." "Need? Probably not. But she'll make your life a hell of a lot easier." He shook the reins. "Please, no tricks. She's yours, saddle and all. My way of saying sorry." Ragland had a horse briefly in the second year of the after days, and it had certainly made traveling a lot easier and faster. He'd been on the lookout for one ever since, but had only come across wild ones, and he was no horsebreaker. He weighed up the man in front of him, and decided on this occasion at least, he was being genuine. Ragland was a man who might forgive eventually, but he certainly didn't forget. He took the reins and nodded. "I'll take payment, but not the apology," he said. "Some things can't be made right with a sorry." He began to lead the horse away, calling over his shoulder as he went. "What's her name?" "Reliable." "Well, David, Reliable and I'll be back in a year. In the meantime, make things right with Marley. I don't want to have to kill you." He waited for a smart-ass reply from David that didn't come. The Bakerstown local just stared after him, his face devoid of expression. At the gate, Ragland was provided with one last surprise. Nearly the whole town was congregated and clapping as he led Reliable down the last stretch of avenue to the gates that had been freshly repaired by Rahul, Charlie, and a few other willing hands. Ragland shook his head, blushing at the fuss, but waved anyway. At the gate, he paused in front of the core group, minus Marley and Claire, but this time including Viola. There were more heartfelt goodbyes and hugs, Ragland wincing at a few misplaced claps on his still smarting shoulder. "Thanks again, Viola," he said when he reached her. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm fine," she said, waving the question away and hugging him tightly. "I'll miss you in the fields, old-timer. You have a job any time you want to come back, you hear?" He chuckled. "I'll keep it in mind." Odin ducked out from behind her and grabbed Ragland's hand before he could move on. "Odin, I wondered where you were," he said, returning the vigorous handshake. "You look after Viola, okay?" "I will, Mr. Ragland." Alex and Kit were the last in the line, and he hugged Alex before reaching out to hug Kit. "Not yet, Gramps," she said, pointing a thumb over her shoulder. "I have a going-away gift that I want to give you in private." She avoided his gaze and headed towards the gate without looking back to make sure he was following. He shrugged and gave the crowd one more wave, his eyes seeking out the one person who had said their goodbye the night before. He found Claire well back and standing apart from the crowd, with her arms folded. With a knowing smile, he gave a wave. She returned it with one of her own, and then turned and began walking back up the avenue. Ragland gave one more wave to the rest and began leading Reliable after Kit. "Safe travels, Joshua Ragland," boomed Simon as he went through the gate.
I'm going to walk you to the lodge, said Kit when he caught up to her. You don't have to. I want to. Okay, that would be nice, kid. There were no words between them the whole way, the kind of easy silence that only friends could share without feeling awkward, and certainly different to how it had been when they first met. Finally, the old road leveled out in a sweeping curve, revealing the Hunter's Lodge. It looked like an old Christmas card, with snow packed on the cabin roof and smoke spiraling from the chimney. Kit led the way over the bridge and stopped on the other side, turning and waiting as Ragland and Reliable made their way across. Kit approached Ragland, her eyes set and purposeful as he pulled the horse to a halt. Open your hand. Ragland did as she asked and held out his right hand, palm up. Kit pulled something from her pocket and dropped it into his hand. It was the onyx necklace. He opened his mouth to protest, but she held up her hand. I don't need this anymore, she said. It's done its job, but it's yours, and you'll need its protection now. Ragland stared down at the necklace, then back to Kit. She stood on tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. When you look at it, it shouldn't remind you of loss. It should remind you of life, and that there's more to this than just surviving. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak as his eyes welled up. Kit smiled, wiping a tear away. This cold stings the eyes, huh? He laughed and pulled her into a bear hug. Stay safe, Kit. I'll be seeing you. Ragland put his foot in the stirrup and heaved himself onto the saddle. You better, she called, as he shook the reins and began trotting away on his new steed. He looked over his shoulder with a grin. Count on it. Epilogue. On a clear, sunny day 6 weeks later, Ragland halted Reliable beneath a peeling and weathered road sign. Welcome to New Hampshire. Live free or die. While he knew the motto of the Granite State predated the fall by many years, it was certainly prophetic. He didn't linger long. He wanted to find a suitable campsite and hunt while there was still light. 2 hours and 9 miles later, he was spit-roasting a chicken, of all things. He hadn't had chicken in what seemed like 100 years, and the aroma of the cooking meat and skin made his mouth water. He'd set his camp 400 yards off the highway in a shallow glade, and hadn't even bothered with his tent. Late in the afternoon, the day had turned overcast, and the clouds bottled in the unseasonable warmth, but didn't threaten rain. A light blanket would do for the night. He'd finished the chicken and buried what was left when he heard a sound on the wind. It was faint, but it sounded like a woman's laugh. It was as brief as it was unexpected, and Ragland cocked his head, trying to work out if he'd heard it or imagined it. A minute later, he was about to dismiss it as his imagination when he heard another sound, what could only be conversation. He quickly stamped out his fire and picked up his bow, darting into the trees and heading towards the highway he'd traveled that day. He didn't want trouble, but it always paid to know who one might be sharing the road with. He drew closer to the roadway and settled low in the shadows of the trees to observe. From the even tone of the quiet conversation, it appeared they hadn't spotted the smoke of his fire. Still, his heartbeat was fast as he waited for the group to appear. They did, after another minute. It was a group of 7. 2 men, 3 women, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. One of the men was wheeling a barrow, its inflated tire silent on the cracked tarmac. What a strange group to see traveling at night, Ragland thought to himself. But no threat. The thought had barely manifested when he felt a cold edge of steel pressed hard against his throat. "I'm not going to hurt you, dude," said a low voice behind him.
but I need you to put your hands behind your head nice and slow and interlace your fingers. Got it?" Angry at the ease with which he'd been snuck up on, Raglan swallowed. There was no way out. Yet. "Got it," he rasped, before doing as he'd been ordered. "Good. Now, stand up slowly." Raglan obeyed, and when he was on his feet, his assailant pressed something hard into his back, then took the blade away. "That's a .44 Magnum right over your spine. I won't use it unless you make me. Understood?" Raglan nodded. The man whistled loudly, and the conversation of the group stopped as they came to a halt and looked around expectantly. "Okay, we're walking out onto the road, nice and easy," the man said, and gave him a gentle shove between the shoulders. The eyes of the group fell on Raglan as he emerged with his captor. In their faces he saw only fear and mistrust, no aggression. That was a positive. 10 feet from the group, his captor clamped something hard over his shoulder, bringing him to a stop. "Are you armed?" "Just my bow and a knife in my boot." "Good. Slip the bow off and let it fall to the ground," the unseen man said, plucking the 3 arrows in his quiver free. "This guy is careful," Raglan thought grudgingly, dropping his hand briefly to let the bow fall. "Okay, with your left hand, pull out the knife, holding the end of the handle with the tips of your finger and thumb, nice and slow, and drop it, too." Raglan bent over and pulled out the knife handmade by Rahul many months before. When he was done, he put his hands back on his head. The muzzle against his back was removed, but the object on his shoulder was pressed down firmly as a big hand made quick work of patting him down. Suddenly, the pressure on his shoulder disappeared, and he heard the man step away. "Okay, you can put your hands down now, but don't try anything." Raglan slowly lowered his hands as the man stepped around and came into view. His captor was an impressive sight, at least 2 inches taller than Raglan. He was big and lanky, without being skinny. He had red hair and a darker beard. Over his shoulder, the drifter could see the well-worn handle of an axe, and against his chest, in slits through a leather strap over his other shoulder, were 3 throwing knives. Moonlight glinted off the steel of the hook where the man's left hand should have been. "You're an old one," the big man said, his eyes widening. "What's your name?" Raglan locked eyes with him. "What's it matter?" His stare was met evenly. "I'm just being polite. That's why I didn't ask your age." The answer drew a grunt of real amusement from Raglan. "Fair enough. My name's Joshua Raglan." "Okay, Joshua Raglan. My name's Luke Merritt. Pleased to meet you." The end. You've been listening to The Drifter, Book 10 of the America Falls series, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr.
If you're enjoying Scott's audiobook content, please like and subscribe. It's the best way to help out the channel.